Test.
I can hear you.
Test.
It looks like, yeah, we can start. We've got full forum. Yes, City Council Member Nash and Vice Mayor Taylor are Zoom.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. So as soon as the slide stops, you can begin.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience as we worked our way through some technical difficulties. For those of you joining us from home, we're very sorry about the uncertainty about the meeting. We are not able really to communicate with you until we had the idea of putting up a slide. And for those in council chambers, we hope you enjoyed the snacks that we passed out. I'm Jen Wallison, the mayor here, and welcome to the City Council's February 28th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in council chambers in accordance with public health guidelines for in-person meetings and participating remotely to promote social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. I would like to introduce my colleagues, city council members that are here present in the chambers are Council Member Drew Combs and Council Member Maria Dorr. Joining us virtually is Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor and Council Member Betsy Nash. Here in the chambers, we have some staff present, including City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and our City Clerk Judy Heron. City Clerk Heron, will you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our special and regular meeting. And again, thank you all for your patience. Do apologize for the late start this evening. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on tonight's agenda items, after the mayor calls for a public comment on the item you wish to speak, if you're participating in person, we ask that you fill out a speaker card at that back table and then return it here to the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, you can press *9 after the mayor calls for comment on your item. I would also like to announce that we are currently amidst our annual recruitment for our advisory bodies. Recruitment will run through April 7th at 5 p.m. More information can be found at menlopark.gov/commissions. That includes my instructions at this time. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. We're going to begin with item C, agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members under city council member reports. So does any member of the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda item? I'm not seeing any takers, so
Mayor Willis, it
oh,
looks
I'm
like
sorry, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And when we go through the consent calendar, I'll need to pull item G5 because I'm recused. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. We are going to now move on to D, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will be calling for public comment at the appropriate times for members of the public to address the City Council on any item under agenda sections that include presentations and proclamations, study sessions, consent calendar, regular business, City Council initiated items, and informational items. At this time, City Clerk Herron, can you please call for general public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for items not on tonight's agenda, for those participating in person, if you haven't already, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to the clerk's desk. For those of you participating remotely, if you are using a telephone, you can press *9 to raise your hand or tap the hand in the bottom of your screen at this time. And our first speaker will be Harvey McKeon.
Hello, good evening. My name is Harvey McKeown. I am from the NorCal Carpenters Union, and I really just wanted to make a comment and say thank you and applaud the city in the adoption of its housing element recently. In particular, policy 7.2, which we hope will raise labor standards in residential construction in this city. To be clear, low labor standards in residential construction is a statewide problem. The fact that many job sites are economic crime scenes with wage theft and other practices is, to put it lightly, not okay. The industry is also majority non-union, but that's not something we are seeking to necessarily change overnight. But what we are trying to do is raise the floor, raise those labor standards, and attract responsible developers into the community, and ultimately, in doing so, attract workers that are much needed to build housing for Menlo Park. So we are very appreciative of the city for including this in the housing element and taking really a lead in this way. Other cities have followed suit in the Bay Area. With this type of language. And this is a sea change. I can't emphasize enough that this is a massive sea change from the way that labor has been talked about in previous housing element cycles. So I just wanted to express the Carpenters' appreciation for that in the adopted housing element. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. This will be the final call for public comment on item D for items not on tonight's agenda. Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, and thank you for that public comment. We are now going to move on to E, which is presentations and proclamations. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on item E1? Proclamation recognizing Fran Dean.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on E1, a proclamation recognizing Fran Dean, if you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, you can complete a speaker card at the back table and return to the clerk's desk. And our first speaker will be Ray Mueller.
So I just want to bring everyone back to 2004. In 2004, one of my favorite TV shows was still in the top 10, Everybody Loves Raymond. That same year, if you were looking and you were watching, you'd see that Google launched Gmail. And there was a college sophomore at Harvard who launched a little known website at that time called The Facebook. And you go all the way back to then. And then in the NFL, there was a quarterback named Eli Manning who was drafted into the NFL. And he's obviously went on to win some Super Bowls and then retired. And that same year, Fran Dean started attending Menlo Park City Council meetings. And if you go and you look at the history of that tonight, just like Eli, we see a great who's going into retirement. And over 19 years later, 1,000 meetings attended, countless chamber meetings, countless historical society meetings, soup kitchens that no one really talks about, but those of us know how much she spends her time there. Westbury Sanitary District meetings. It's a retirement, well-deserved, and a huge loss for the city. And I wanted to be here tonight to commemorate that. The chamber was always a special partner to the city, and I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to let the mayor talk about that. But I always knew, Fran, we could count on you. We always could count on you. We could always count on the chamber to be there for us. And so I learned about this meeting a little late, but wanted to make sure I was here. And we have a commendation coming to you from the Board of Supervisors that everybody's signing and to be recorded. And I'm going to give it to you on another date. I don't have it with me here this evening, but in its place, I have these flowers that I'm going to give you that come from our downtown Menlo Park, purchased in downtown Menlo Park. And in some ways, it's even more fitting. So congratulations on your retirement. You are so missed. You will be so missed, and it is such a loss for the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Mark Flagel.
Good evening. I just want to add on to what Ray has said on Fran, but from the perspective of a business owner, she has served the community, the business community, for I don't know how many years, but probably longer than anyone else in that position, going back to its founding back in the early 50s. We've had a lot of good times. We've had some disappointments, but she's been very steadfast and has served the business community and has served the city in an exceptional way. And I'd love to see a proclamation from the city for her also. That would be terrific. You got it. Okay. But anyway, just want to add my words to Ray's good words. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And this will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation E1. And our next speaker is coming up as Cafe Zoe. And if you could, please state your name for the record.
Hi, it's Kathleen Daly and Zoe Sharkey from Cafe Zoe in Menlo Park. Fran, just a huge thank you for all you've done for us over the years. You made a big impact, especially during the COVID times and acknowledging small businesses. So it's just super appreciated, and just a huge shout out to you. We think we're still going to see you around. So it's not goodbye. It's just congratulations on your retirement, and we will see you again soon. And once again, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. Before I read the proclamation that the City of Menlo Park is indeed bestowing on Fran Dean, I just wanted to let the public know that we're really going to miss Fran and all the work she's done. We're also going to miss the chamber. Some of you have probably read in the almanac that the Menlo Park is now going to be represented by the San Mateo County Chamber of Commerce. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was up to speed on that. But Fran has done an incredible job leading the business community for all these years, and I'm going to be reading some details of that. Before I do, I wanted to see if my colleagues would like to say any words. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Willison. So I've been involved in Menlo Park politics for about a decade, which is, puts me in toddler league compared to you, Fran. You have been an institution and will continue to be an institution when it comes to everything that's sort of encapsulated with this idea of community as it relates to Menlo Park. Certainly your advocacy for the business community, for downtown has been clear and evident, but just your presence and sort of signifying community, whether it's the Golden Acorn Awards, which you put a lot of work into, whether it's being at tons and tons of council meetings, whether it's being at social events, tree lightings, on down the list, you are there and have been there. And I remember not too long after joining the Planning Commission, and if you think this is a light crowd, come to a Planning Commission meeting. It's like no one there, but there was regularly a woman with white hair who would sit at the back. And I was just like, oh, wow, I really feel sad for her because she must have no life because she's coming to be entertained by the Menlo Park Planning Commission. Little did I know at the time that wasn't, a reflection of your boredom, but your reflection of your commitment to this community and to the city and to knowing what was happening, educating yourself by being there, like in ways no one else in this community is, and I think you rarely see in other communities. So I know that this isn't you going away. You are still very much around, but did want to take this moment to say I very much have appreciated your friendship, your guidance, and your counsel over the years.
That was lovely, Councilmember Combs. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So I am so pleased we're recognizing Fran tonight. Fran has worked tirelessly on so many initiatives that benefit our city over the years. Fran's many accomplishments will be cited in the proclamation, but I wanted to particularly acknowledge Fran's work during COVID with the downtown businesses. With so much uncertainty and angst at that time, Fran gathered downtown businesses monthly to share information and experiences, and I truly believe her leadership helped our business community through this crisis. And I look forward to Fran's continued work with local organizations, as I'm sure she will stay involved, and seeing her around town. Thank you, Fran, for your commitment to the community. And you've made a huge difference, and I'm sure will continue to make a huge difference.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. With that, I would actually like to invite my colleagues and Ms. Dean and Supervisor Mueller up to the podium here for us to bestow the proclamation on Ms. Dean. If you'd like to come down with me. So I'm sure this is a different spot, but these are some words on behalf of the community that can't even begin to express our appreciation for everything you've done over the years. It's a small token. Proclamation recognizing Fran Dean.
whereas the Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce has been the voice of the business community, an advocate for Menlo Park residents, and the source of commercial, social, and philanthropic activities since 1926. You weren't there that time.
No, I wasn't.
And whereas the Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce has been an independent, nonprofit, voluntary association of business people working to strengthen the local economy, promote the community, and advocate the interests of business. And whereas Fran Dean has served as the Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce president and CEO for 19 years. And whereas Fran Dean has been dedicated to the development of our local business community and has created an atmosphere in which business prospers and the community could thrive. And whereas Fran Dean's accomplishments as the CEO of the Chamber have supported small, medium, and large businesses through numerous economic cycles, including a global pandemic. And whereas Fran Dean has been an active community volunteer in many capacities, including serving on the West Bay Sanitary Board, currently as president. And whereas Fran Dean has been wonderful to work with and has blended a personal and professional touch to promote our local businesses and has always been friendly, accessible, and professional. And whereas Fran Dean moved to Menlo Park from work at Massachusetts Institute of Technology to continue her career in biomedical research at Stanford Research Institute, known as SRI, obtained degrees in biology, chemistry, and an MBA in management, has used the technical, analytical, and business backgrounds to provide a solid foundation for the Chamber to serve the diversity of businesses that make up the economic development engine of the city. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jen Wallison, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the city, do hereby recognize and gratefully acknowledge Fran Dean for your long-term dedication and service to the Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce and the business community. Congratulations, Fran. Please.
In 2004, when I was asked to join the chamber as the CEO, my husband thought this was going to be part-time and maybe about 6 months. But I said to him, when I figure out what I'm going to do when I retire, then I'm ready to move on. But the chamber is going to give me the opportunity to understand what I want to do in Menlo Park. And I'd just like to take you back a little bit. I'm really honored to have had the opportunity to work with the city staff, and council on behalf of the local business community. And a lot has transpired since I joined in 2004. Rosewood Hotel was just opening then. Since then, 2 new hotels, Nia and Patrick James, have opened, each welcoming visitors in different sections of the city. Facebook moved to Menlo Park in 2011, re-energizing the vacant Sun Campus, inviting renowned architect Frank Gehry to design their next campus extensions, and in many ways becoming a community partner and a benefactor. Zoning changes occurred, Connect Menlo, the El Camino Real downtown specific plans were passed, providing a new blueprint for development. Today, really right now, 2 stellar mixed-use development projects are opening along El Camino Real, Springline and Middle Plaza. And by the way, they're both open right now, leasing for housing. We all need housing. And in District 1, Willow Village was recently approved by council. All bring much needed housing to the community, along with amenities, retail, restaurants, and office space. But our biggest challenge, and I think this was noted today, was presented in 2020 by COVID. The primary focus of the chamber was then to help businesses survive, not thrive, survive at that point. And our top priority was to find funding in terms of government loans, grants through EIDL, PPP, SBA. Through the county, San Mateo Strong grants became available. And in partnership with Meta, the chamber was able to award over $300,000 in grants to our local small business community. And I bring this up because businesses are recovering. The pandemic is over. Yes, one portion of it, we are moving on, but businesses are recovering and the process is slow. And I really want to challenge each of you. We have the power, we have the responsibility to help support our local businesses. So I give you all that as your challenge. You are in Menlo Park, your residents are working in Menlo Park, and it is your responsibility to help, I would say, craft and design what Menlo Park should be. And you do that through your support of small business. So after working with 5 city council managers, yes, Justin, you were here, but not a city manager when I started, but 5 city managers, 7 police chiefs, and 17 different council members, I just say thanks. Good 19 years. And thank you very much.
And I need to take the picture with everybody.
That's not a.
Yeah, I think it's a requirement. Sorry.
I wasn't bored in those planning meetings.
Justin's got it.
Need that city manager. Justin, I'm leaving now because we don't need another city manager. I told you that at Christmas time.
All right. Well, we all wish Frandine the best. And as we know that the first big item on the agenda tonight is going to be talking about downtown, it's quite a send-off we're giving Ms. Dean, and a reminder to all of us really about the heart of Menlo Park here. So we're going to move on to F, which is our study session portion of the evening. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take any formal action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to council for action. Please note that we will be limiting each study session to 45 minutes each. We have quite a few items to get through this evening. The first study session item is F1, provide direction on the development of a Streeteries outdoor dining program, including program elements, design standards, fee schedule, and street closures. To introduce this item is our Assistant City Manager, Stephen Stolte.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I am also joined tonight by Kirsten Hines with HDL Companies. She is our Economic Development Consultant, and we will both be co-presenting tonight. So the subject tonight is our proposed Streeteries outdoor dining program. And if you could advance to the next slide, please. At a high level, we will be walking you through the background of how we arrived here today with this proposed program, giving an overview of existing outdoor uses, a summary of feedback we have received from some of the business participants in our temporary outdoor use permit program, or TOUP, and then we will walk you through the proposed Streetery program and options for Santa Cruz Avenue and Ryan's Lane. Next slide, please. Tonight is a study session, so there is no formal city action required for this item, but we are requesting feedback and direction on the proposed Streeteries outdoor dining program and options regarding the street closures on Santa Cruz and Ryan's Lane. So for background, the temporary outdoor use permit program, or TOUP, will expire when the COVID-19 state of emergency order expires today. And just for a brief history, last January, council directed staff to research a longer-term outdoor dining program. This January, staff presented draft outdoor dining design standards as an informational item at a city council meeting. And then tonight, we will talk about that longer-term policy for outdoor dining in the public right-of-way. So currently we have 12 food service establishments and 5 retail or personal service businesses with existing outdoor uses. And just to note, 7 of the 17 parklets that currently exist were actually built as part of an earlier program in 2015 called the Santa Cruz Street Cafe Pilot Program. Some of those parklets have actually expanded under the TOUP. So the HDL Companies, our economic development consultant, has communicated with many of the businesses or the owners or the representatives that participate in this program. Email communication was sent in December of last year with follow-up in-person visits. Our representative has talked to many of the reps of those businesses. We have kept all of the businesses up to date regarding agenda items, and we send communications in advance of the January 10th meeting and tonight to encourage participation. I personally went out with Kirsten Hines to visit businesses in January as well and talked to a number of representatives that day too. Fran Dean was there as well, and I had a chance to meet her that day. So some of the things we have heard from the businesses participating in the program is, number one, restaurants are actually not fully recovered. Oh, and you can go to the previous slide, Judy. So restaurants are actually not fully recovered from the pandemic, and outdoor dining has helped them really stay open. Another theme was that the retail businesses that were participating with outdoor uses, generally they do agree that outdoor dining should continue. Some businesses would like to maintain the street closure, but they in general seem okay with reopening the street. However, we have received communication from other groups who are interested in reopening the street. And then existing parklet owners are interested in a cost sharing aspect as part of any longer term program. And customers continue to choose outdoor dining even during the cooler winter months. So for this next section, we will go through the proposed Streetery program, and Kirsten Hines is going to walk us through many of the components. So we'll pass this over to Kirsten now.
Thank you. So this is Kirsten Hines speaking. I'm a senior advisor with HDL Companies. You can go to the next slide, please. So we've talked about a few different outdoor dining programs, parklets, and outdoor dining with different names. This proposed program is referred to as Streetery or Streeteries, which is an outdoor dining area or outdoor eating area that operates within a public right-of-way adjacent to a food service establishment. We've included a list of goals here that are in the design standards, and it's also included in the staff report. Next slide, please. So Streeteries will be limited to outdoor dining, specifically in parking spaces and on sidewalks and within the public right-of-way, directly adjacent to building frontages of food service establishments. Some additional things that, some additional criteria that a streeter will have to meet will be streets that have speed limits of less than 25 miles per hour. They can't be located in parking with restrictions like peak hour restrictions or ADA designated spots. They can't be located in parking spots that have bicycle parking unless that can be relocated. And then they must meet, there's a list of travel lane and setback requirements within the design standards that they'll have to meet along with providing clearance for utility access. Next slide, please. Some key features of the program. So like I said, they're limited to storefronts of food service establishments. Hours of operation will align with the business's hour of operation, except beyond 11 p.m. on weeknights. 12 a.m. on Saturday and 10 p.m. on Sunday. Maintenance is very important as part of this program, as part of the proposed streetery program. Drainage must be kept clear. The permittee will be required to keep their space free of debris, grime, and graffiti. Landscaping and plants have to be maintained in good health, and permits are not transferable. Next slide. And another key feature of the program is barrier standardizations. This has been a discussion previously as well. The most important aspect of barriers is the safety aspect. So looking at safety standards, the design standards require a force impact rating of 250 pounds. Many other cities who have implemented an outdoor dining program have set the standard for barriers, maintenance of, a streetery will have to maintain visibility for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicular traffic, and it can't block any traffic signs, signals, or any other warning devices, stop signs. There has to be reflectors required on the corners facing the travel lane as well. And then in terms of the aesthetics, in our design standard packet, the materials are limited to wood, concrete, or steel planters and perforated steel railings. Wood and concrete planters will have to be finished or painted, and then the colors and materials of the barriers should be compatible with the facade of the adjacent building and restaurant. Next slide. And so we've included in the design standards packet several templates to make it easier for businesses to apply for a streetery. So we have parallel parklets, 1 space and 2 spaces, a diagonal parklet, and you can move to the next slide, please. And then there's combination parklets. So the first one is a parklet and sidewalk cafe streetery, so a combination of the two. The second one is a parklet paired with a sidewalk cafe and a curb extension, similar to if you picture a camper has a setup that could be similar to this. Parklet and pedestrian streetery. This last one is only relevant in terms of a street closure. I'll pass it over to Mr. Schulte.
Okay, so staff are also proposing a transitional period for the existing participants, and it would start at the adoption date of the streetery program at a future council meeting. And excuse me, it starts with a 1-month period for city staff actually to create the streetery application process, the permit workflow, and then outreach to existing permit holders. That would take place this spring, March to April. The next period is a 3-month open application period. We would be encouraging any of the existing participants to apply. We would offer assistance through HDL companies as well with their applications. And that would roughly take us April through early July. That roughly gets us to the end of the school year. At the end of that application period, for anyone who does not apply, there would be a 7-day compliance period to actually remove any tables or chairs or other infrastructure from the public right-of-way. And it also kicks off the 6-month compliance period for permit applicants, which roughly takes us to the end of the year. And during this period of time, existing parklets would have to be brought into compliance with the new design standards, which are largely focused on safety, but also have those aesthetic components. So we're talking about a 10-month transition here. We are also proposing a fee structure. And actually, if Kirsten, could you talk a little bit about the fee justification here on some of these fees, but just to give you an overview of this chart, we have it divided by parklet versus sidewalk cafe. And Kirsten can walk us through the first year and then the renewal and the justification behind the amounts.
Yeah, of course. So in building the proposed fee structure, we considered a few things. So first, in terms of use of space, we considered comparable cities and what they're charging for outdoor dining spaces, and as well as the cost per square foot for retail space in Menlo Park. So we looked at a few different locations and came up with an average of about $4.24 per square foot. And we came up with this use fee. And then looking at the comparable cities, Menlo Park is just below the average of about 10 or so cities that we looked at to see how they were charging, what they were charging for their outdoor dining programs. And then in considering parklet permit fees, we looked at what existing permits the city has that are comparable. So for parklet permits, we looked at the administrative permit for outdoor dining on private property. And for sidewalk cafe permits, we looked at a major encroachment permit fee. The annual renewal for a permit will only cover administrative costs for submitting confirmation that the stratery is in compliance with the program, that they are still that their park or their stratery is still the original approved stratery, and submitting confirmation that they have insurance. And the use of space fees would be and permit fees for the renewal would both be annual.
So as part of this fee proposal, we are actually proposing to waive the streetery permit fees until January of 2025. It is a 3-year permit term. And so so we would be essentially waiving all fees for the existing applicants. We're estimating about 12 initial applications. And just to give you an idea of what that city subsidy would be, it's approximately $82,000 for that group of 12. You can see that the first year fees are about $40,000 in total. And then for each of the following 2 years, it's about $21,000. At the same time, staff are researching a potential grant program to help existing parklets comply with the new design standards. And it could be something similar that was done under the TOOP program during the pandemic. Okay, the final portion of our presentation concerns the use of Santa Cruz Avenue and Ryan's Lane, and specifically the current street closures. Santa Cruz Ave and Ryan's Lane were closed and during the pandemic, and they were tied to the state of emergency order, which is expiring today. And you can see some images on the screen. We'll go through additional diagrams as well. I just want to make a note that in the event that these streets were reopened, the city would need time to clean and inspect and ensure that the travel lanes are safe for vehicles or other travel. Next slide, please. So we'll start with Santa Cruz Avenue. There's a variety of pictures on the screen to kind of give you a sense of place of where we're talking about. There are 3 existing parklets plus the Bon Marché Farmers Market that have actually expanded into the travel lane. And there's 2 additional pictures of just what the street closure looks like as well. So we'll take a deeper dive onto one option here, and then we'll discuss all of them because there's some components that apply to all. One option could be to allow bicycle use only during a 4-month continued street closure. And it's important to point out that during that 4-month transitional period, the city would need to do 2 things. One, it would have to study an amendment to our general plan's circulation element that relates to traffic. And then we would also have to study the environmental impacts of an ongoing street closure, which would be required related to CEQA. So you can see in this diagram that there's a green bike lane added, and it's going through an area where some of the restaurants are actually using that part of the travel lane. So they would be required to kind of push back into the public parking spaces, into that parklet area. And then if we can go to the next slide, you'll see that option 2 is to maintain the closure for 4 months. And the city will be doing the exact same things during that period in terms of those 2 studies. And then finally, the third option is just simply to reopen the street. If we move on to Ryan's Lane, in this street closure, Carpaccio actually operates a parklet, and it's in the travel lane, and they've expressed interest in maintaining that outdoor dining. We have received feedback from nearby businesses that were interested in reopening Ryan's Lane. Also to note, there's a new restaurant that will be locating at 772 Santa Cruz Avenue, and they may need access to Ryan's Lane for construction. The way our proposed ordinance is set up is that we could consider an exception for Carpaccio, but the Director of Public Works would need to make a determination about risks for construction at any adjacent business as part of that exception. So taking a deeper dive into one of the options for Ryan's Lane, it's to maintain the closure for 4 months. And during that 4-month period, we would be doing the same 2 studies I talked about before for the circulation element and environmental impacts related to CEQA. And then we can compare both options side by side of just maintaining closure or fully reopening the street. So thank you, Judy. On this slide, really what we're requesting tonight is general feedback on the proposed Streeteries outdoor dining program, the design standards, all of the components of that program. And then we're requesting specific direction on next steps for the road closures on Santa Cruz and Ryan's Lane. So thank you for your time this evening. We're open to all questions and discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Stolte. Councilmember Combs has a question.
Yeah. Thanks for that presentation, Mr. Stolte. Going back to Santa Cruz and the options, the one option of reopening the vehicular through traffic lane, what happens to the parking stalls in front of Walgreens and that? Do those just become parking again?
Judy, would you mind pulling up that slide again? It should be slide 21. With a full reopening of the street, essentially, yes, those parking stalls would become public parking again. With a full reopening, we don't really have the staff capacity to provide the barriers on a weekly basis for the farmers market. So, and that's kind of where that farmers market is operating currently. So with a full street reopening, that would likely be parking.
But is one option just keeping those the parking there closed off? So moving in the street barriers to encompass the parking?
That could definitely be an option.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
So I think unless anyone has a burning question, what I'd like to do now is ask Ms. Herron to find out how many public comments. As I mentioned before, we're trying to keep our study sessions each to 45 minutes. We have quite a few big topics tonight, and so we may be limiting how long people have to comment. So Ms. Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our first study session item F1, provide direction on the development of a Streeteries outdoor dining program, including program elements, design standards, fee schedule, and street closures, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return it to the clerk's desk.
And I would like folks to know that we've received, I didn't count because the number was too high, probably over 100 emails on this topic over the last couple of days. And I'm sure we have all read every one of them. So you are, of course, invited to speak. But if you sent in a comment, please be assured that it has been registered by the City Council and your thoughts will be considered. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, I have 8 speakers registered between in-person and virtual.
So I apologize to do this for the speakers, but I think we're going to have to limit it to a minute tonight. I want to make sure that the council has sufficient time to discuss since we have quite a bit to get through. So each public commenter will get just 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Okay, so our first speaker will be Sandra Fair.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening on behalf of Carpaccio. A more detailed version was submitted in writing, and I'm Sandra Fair from Carpaccio. We recognize that the closing of Ryan's Lane for Carpaccio was tied to COVID, but please remember we were given permission much later than the other restaurants. That might have been an oversight, but it put us at a major competitive and financial disadvantage, and we'll continue to do so if we need to close Ryan's Lane. Outside dining is obviously valued by Menlo Park, and in reading the HDL report, there may be opportunity for restaurants on Santa Cruz to apply for longer term parking, but I don't see anything for Carpaccio. Please don't forget us. Our outside space was built with the previous and the future building owners from across the alley in mind. All of our planter boxes are on wheels. They'll come away from the building, the retractable awnings. Everything was built with the idea that there would be work being done on that building, and we want to be a good neighbor. The HDL report mentions 2 businesses that had an exception with Ryan's Lane and wanted it reopened. There's always people that have objections to different things, but I'd like to say that the alley only affects the rear of these businesses. We do not impede private parking, trash pickup, or discovery shop drop-offs. When the street parking is not available, customers will park in that lane as they did when the street was open. So it's not a very safe place for people to drive or to be getting out of their cars and be parking. The ultimate decision should be based on the greater good for Menlo Park and consider all businesses equally. And that's my major point tonight. Please don't forget us. We've been here for 35 years. It's a livelihood we have staff that have been here for over 20 years, and we'll lose all that if we don't have the competitive advantage of being able to have outdoor dining. People will go elsewhere. They want outside dining. They love it. We love it. But they'll go elsewhere, and we will go away after 35 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Mayor Willison, before we continue, I wanted to know if we could change it to at least 1.5 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, I apologize. And I allowed Ms. Fair to go over because it did seem quite short. Was there anything else you wanted to say, Ms. Fair, so you don't feel like I cut you off too soon? I apologize. I'm trying to balance getting through a lot of things and giving everyone a time to speak.
And thank you again. The safety is a major concern, I think, in that alley. We only take up 1/3. We don't impede access to the others. The back door is open for drop-offs. But what we saw before, and this was relayed to us by the operators of the Crane Street Salon, was when that alley was open, delivery vehicles would go through that alley up onto Crane Street and blast across that sidewalk. And the buildings are built right up against the sidewalk. So there's very little visibility. There was a real safety concern there. And young people, in all their wisdom, would ride their bikes through the university, from University Avenue, through the parking lot, zip across Crane Street and come down the alley. Now that it's closed, they have to go use the bike lanes. So I think there's a genuine concern for safety in that area. And that's probably my time.
Okay,
Thank you.
so and as a reminder, we have read the letters that have come into us. So thank you for those comments. And I think for the rest, we will give 2 minutes. 1 minute just didn't quite seem enough. So I hope you felt heard, and we're going to let everyone else have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Our next speaker will be Erkin Akaya.
Thank you. I have 2 major points that I want to actually talk about tonight. The first one is the Santa Cruz Avenue opening through traffic. We've been waiting for it.
Can I ask you to get a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so the first one is the Santa Cruz Avenue opening to traffic. We've been waiting for it. And I am actually, I think that opening the Santa Cruz to traffic is, well, should have happened a year ago or two, because there are two restaurants on Santa Cruz that actually on that part of Santa Cruz. Vida and Bistro Vida are using that part, and they already have an outdoor seating area too. Thank you. We have a patio. As a Roma, we do have a really nice outdoor seating. But I actually want to mention that Carpaccio need that Brian's Lane to be closed for them, because it's very unfair as a neighbor restaurant. I think it's very unfair for Carpaccio to just open that lane and have other restaurants to be able to sit people outside, and Carpaccio has no outdoor seating. The biggest reason I'm here is supporting Carpaccio as Roma. I want them to be very successful too, and hope they will, and hope you'll just give a good right decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mark Flegold, followed by Sherry Zaslowski.
I want to speak in favor of Carpaccio, but also the other restaurants downtown. When the outdoor seating first occurred, I was very skeptical because elimination of parking spots. However, speaking with the owners of the restaurants and seeing the change in the community, I came to realize that it was vital for them to have the outdoor seating, simply because of the COVID and the time that we're going through. But also, people were changing. People wanted to be outside, and up and down. You go up and down the peninsula, or you go in the East Bay, it's thriving. Outdoor dining is it. And so the elimination of that, I think, would be dreadful on this community. People will go elsewhere, as was said earlier. And then in favor of Carpaccio staying there, the people in that area, the majority, like it to be there. The property owners are in favor of it. I don't know if anyone's speaking to property owners, but they're in favor of it. They can make adjustments with the new remodeling going on at the corner there of Crane and Santa Cruz. They have things on wheels, they can, but it's a very attractive spot. And also I have seen people get clipped coming out of that roadway, the alleyway there, a child on a bicycle, an elderly person in a wheelchair, and another woman over the years, get struck by a truck or whatever, or UPS truck that doesn't see them, and they're walking right by and they don't realize, hey, someone's coming out pretty fast. So this is a safety concern also. And so I really support maintaining this and supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Sherry Zaslowski, followed by James Pistorino.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, both present and on Zoom. I'm here tonight as a long-term resident in the downtown area for decades. I'm here in support of Carpaccio, Bistro Vida, Left Bank, and the Beaumarchais Market, which all enhance our community and are very important aspects of our community. And I wrote to you all about this, so I'm going to talk about something a little different now. And that is the fact that you hired this consultant, which I think was a grave mistake. And I think the entire plan does not fit our city. It's a one-size-fits-all plan. And if you read all the details, they actually say there should be no live music in the outdoor dining. There should be no amplified music, and they shouldn't cook outside. They're telling restaurateurs not to cook. I think that the entire plan from this consultant should be thrown out. What we have now going is wonderful. It's adding vibrancy to our downtown. I think we need to support these restaurants who went to great expense and had a vision of how they could give us beautiful outdoor dining. It's not broke, don't fix it. Let them continue. Certainly we need a safety standard. If there's any problem there, we need to take care of it. But these are artistic people. They have a beautiful vision. They've already created beautiful things. And this corporate consultant has a one-size-fits-all plan of standardization. That's deadly. That's not going to enhance our city. It's something beautiful is happening in our city, and these restaurants need our support. So I urge you to cut ties with the consultant and give our restaurateurs the freedom. They're creating something beautiful, and we can support them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be James Pistorino, followed by Adina Levin.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
James, are you able to unmute your end at this time?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you sound incredibly far away.
I'll do everything I can to be loud. How about that? I just wanted to comment in support of keeping the arrangement as it currently is. To my knowledge, for at least 10 years, the City Council have made efforts to revitalize, bring vitality, that is, to downtown Menlo Park. And as a result of COVID, it seems like, well, I'll first say, those prior efforts, as far as I can tell, all failed. But as a result of COVID, the city was pushed into doing something that actually worked, which was the outside dining aspect of things. So again, I think the current situation is ideal. It actually brought exactly what you would hope for as a city in terms of people being outside and enjoying sort of the outside dining and supporting the local businesses. The one thing I did see in the report that was attached was sort of these series of permit fees and that kind of thing. And I wanted to say, just as from a person from the outside, I don't know why there would be permit fees. It's not like there's a marginal cost to the city of having these businesses operate the way they are. So I just don't even know why there would be a cost. The whole purpose, I would think, of the city council is to support these local businesses. So just because you can impose fees on them doesn't mean you should. I think sort of following along with Ms. Dean's comments earlier and some of the other comments I heard here, let's support our local businesses. We should all want them to succeed, and don't fix what isn't broken. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Dina Levin, followed by Cecile Aruri.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. I live downtown and walk downtown and utilize the outdoor dining, and would urge the city council to continue the outdoor dining. This is something, that improves the quality of life for people and helps the restaurants. This is something that, as a number of speakers have mentioned, that we as a society have learned from the experience of COVID, something that's beneficial. So please do keep that. I have a question and a comment. I'm not 100% sure I understood the thing about the 4 months about the bicycles. But I do hope that in rearranging things, there is some way to bring back the ability of people with bicycles to be able to travel through downtown. The way that we have things right now, it's something that, we do have a lot of young people, teenagers coming to downtown on bicycles, which is great, but they, because it's so inconvenient to go through, people travel ad hoc, and also people of all ages, looking to go through downtown, for example, to the train station. I think if there's a way to rearrange things in order to allow people on bicycles to travel through, that would be helpful for safety and convenience, and encouraging people to avoid driving where they can. I do appreciate the public tables, so I hope that there's a way in restoring a bicycle path to be able to maintain at least some of the public tables, which helps people take takeout from multiple restaurants or simply enjoy the outdoors in downtown Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Cecile Arori, followed by Peter Nee. Go ahead.
For 30 years in Menlo Park. So you asked, somebody said, are there any property owners? So I would agree with everything that's been said. I think that the outdoor dining has really been, it's lively, it's energetic. People go there, they walk around, they see a lot of other people. I think if you think about what's happening right now in Menlo Park, lots of businesses are leaving. Doma's closing, Pharmaca closed, Refuge closed. I have my list, it goes on. The shop moved, and Ann's has been, so we have tons of empty spaces. I walk around all the time. This is a big topic of conversation among myself and my neighbors. It's empty. It really needs revitalization. And I think this is kind of like the Titanic is going down, and we're talking about, that's the issue of outdoor dining is not the issue. The issue is how do you revitalize Menlo Park and do something to bring some liveliness, some businesses, something besides rug stores. Because all anybody talks about is what are these rug stores doing here? And there's no life. And so the outdoor dining is life. It's vitality, and I don't see any reason to change any of it. I mean, I think you should be encouraging more lively things going on so people want to be in downtown and want to be part of the community. So I don't really understand why this was even brought up as a problem personally. I think it's one of the better things going on in the town right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Peter Nee, followed by Adrian Brandt.
Yeah, it's Perlini.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was, definitely agree with everyone who spoke. I think, you're hearing very overwhelmingly that people like the outdoor eating, dining, and also the outdoor public spaces that now we have. I think we should not just think about this as in terms of like formal dining as attached to restaurants, because if you look at the public picnic tables in front of Walgreens, I mean, that's where the kids go to pick up snacks after school, and then they, socialize and eat at those picnic tables. So even though it's not a restaurant per se, Walgreens is a place where our kids go and get their after school snacks. And I'm really happy for them to have a very safe place to hang out in downtown and after school and enjoy the outdoors and enjoying socializing. And I'm frankly, really dismayed by the consultant who was chosen for this project. It seems like they're not very familiar with Menlo Park or the residents or the local, the context for, why, people want amenities so bad in Menlo Park to make this a much more vibrant town. I mean, it's a very dull town right now. And, residents like myself, like we go to Palo Alto to eat, to hang out. We go to Mountain View to walk around Castro and go shopping. There is not enough street life in Menlo Park, and we need more. We need to encourage more. We need to decrease things like permit requirements, and like we want planters to be painted. We can't just have wooden planters. I mean, that is government overreach. We should, encourage small businesses, which have been really creative in surviving the pandemic with these, the beautiful planters that they created, hand built. Let them do these creative things. It's actually working. Don't, spend exorbitant fees on outside consultants. I would like to know how much the city has spent so far on this outside consultant, how much it plans to spend. And I think you should spend as little as possible. I think this is not going in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Adrian Brandt, and this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item F1.
Yes, thank you. I also want to add my voice to all the excellent comments that others have made before me. Downtowns are very special places, and automobile traffic and parking is is antithetical to vibrancy and to all the things that we like to have our downtowns be and enjoy. And so I completely agree with all the prior speakers. They've all made excellent observations. I know Americans, they talk about how nice their European vacations were, and they rhapsodize about these nice pedestrian zones and so forth. Those work because they've been there for quite a while. And so the truly auto-oriented businesses that really depend on car traffic, the ones that truly do, over time will relocate to the periphery and places more appropriate. If, you know, not to pick on a rug dealership, but if they're auto dependent and they feel like they need auto traffic, then they frankly don't belong in that very special place that we want to have our downtown be. The whole rest of the city is basically, you know, given over to auto's reign, and downtowns. This is one of the good things that came out of COVID, as the other gentleman observed. Downtowns up and down the peninsula and all around the country are realizing and taking action on preserving what kind of was forced on them. And I think it's, you know, sort of it's a happy outcome. But just note that Mountain View has declared Castro Street, several blocks of it, permanent pedestrian zone. They're closing the Castro Street grade separation, making it bike ped only. And Sunnyvale just, I think it was last week or the week before, Sunnyvale City Council has just voted to permanently close Murphy Street, their sort of Santa Cruz Avenue equivalent. So let's not swim upstream and do the right thing and have a vibrant downtown. Keep it the way it is. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you to all of those who spoke this evening and to all of those who wrote in a lot of passion on this topic. And just as a reminder on, or a update on council kind of decorum, we try not to applaud or jeer in council chambers. Sometimes these items can bring out many different feelings. And so just as a matter of policy and moving forward this evening, please refrain from clapping and whatnot. I know we are all passionate about our city. Okay, so with that, as a reminder, this is a study session. We will not be voting formally this evening. We'll be asking questions and having a discussion and giving direction to staff on next steps. So would any of my colleagues like to open up discussion? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. I have some questions I'd like to ask Mr. Stoltian, our consultant. One, there's a suggested limit of up to 2 parking spots. Other than the diagonal option, I'd like to know why that limit of 2 parking spots exists.
We can certainly make changes to the ordinance as well. So, you know, we're totally open to feedback. I think the 2 parking spot limit is mostly about the street frontage of different businesses, honestly.
Great. Another follow-up question. I noticed in the suggested permit or design guidelines, there's a request to have a big platform. And I imagine this is in part, so there's level, it's parallel with the street, but I'm curious if a ramp would suffice, thinking about the installation costs for businesses.
I am going to ask if our consultant, Kirsten Hines, is able to answer that one.
Can I clarify? Is the question that if someone can put, or if a business can put a ramp onto the street?
So yes, so instead of having a platform, for those who don't know, the image shows that there's a platform going down. Where's a platform going across from the sidewalk to where the dining area would be. And my question is, can you just have a ramp that would just go down to street level, just to understand that design requirement that was mentioned?
So in the design standards, the platform would be required. Part of that is drainage, allowing for drainage of water. As you know, we experienced with the storms recently, debris can fly around and bad weather as well. So allowing for drainage with that. But I would refer back to what Mr. Stolte had said before too, that I think that's something that could be considered, but I would probably refer to the Public Works Department for their knowledge and input on whether they would want to have a platform in the street or if it would be okay to just put the tables and chairs there.
And just to follow up in terms of ADA accessibility, I think that was another component. That is a component of the program, and for people accessing the parklet from the sidewalk, that is part of the design standards. But in terms of exiting the parklet to the street, that's a little different because of the barrier situation.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a few questions myself. So we have 15, is it, or 17 existing parklets? 12.
We have 12 food establishments.
12 food establishments. Yes. So how many of those 12 establishments approximately would have to be modified to conform to the new standards? Are you thinking everybody needs to make some changes, or are some of them already in compliance?
That's a good question, because during the TOOP program, we weren't exactly, offering design standards that had those types of safety requirements built in. Ms. Hines, I don't know if you have any idea or in a general sense, but I would imagine that through our perhaps assistance through HDL, we could help businesses get an idea of what it would take to comply. But I don't have a specific number for you.
Thank you. And then in terms of clarification, the first year fees, so those who have existing parklets, are they being waived in entirety of that permitting fee, or after the deferral of the fees, then they will have to pay that first year fee?
They will be subject to the renewal fees.
But not the initial first year
right.
fee. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions from colleagues? I would love to hear thoughts on, yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Just following up on one of the public comments, I'm not sure if it's actually in the staff report.
Vice Mayor Taylor, we're having connectivity issues with your Zoom.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, try disengaging.
Councilmember Nash's question. Okay. Are you able to hear me now?
I think it's better.
Thank you. So my question is, and I don't think it's in the staff report, my question is, how many businesses have closed on Santa Cruz Avenue?
I do not have that number at my fingertips right now, but I can certainly get back to you with it.
Okay, thank you. I have some additional questions for Councilmember Nash.
Vice Mayor, please continue, and then Councilmember Nash can go after you're done with all your questions.
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up on a few of the public comments. The fees, and Willison, you may have addressed this already. If the fees are not to recoup staff costs, is my understanding, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Thank you for the question. The fees are actually aligned with similar fees that we charge for administrative use permits or major encroachment fees. And they really are about cost recovery for staff time and the process that goes into, verifying the application and the designs of the parklets. And then the renewal fees that are charged on an annual basis are really about the administrative work that goes into verifying insurance and things like that. So they really are designed as more around cost recovery. We are recommending a city subsidy for the first 3-year permit term, though.
And thank you for that. And I have a couple other questions around that. So this would be updating our city code?
The entire program actually would be an ordinance. So it would be updating our municipal code. And that's what we would be really bringing back to the council at a future meeting. We would introduce the ordinance and have a first reading for the Streetery program itself.
And would this require, who would enforce it?
Enforcement is, it would be on the Public Works Department. The Director of Public Works is one of the key players here in accepting the applications and enforcing on any of the potential maintenance concerns with a parklet, for example. Our Community Development Department also plays a role in verifying that the applicants are actually meeting the design standards that would go through an internal city process.
Thank you. And my other question has to do with the public eating space. I don't know if there was mention of it in the staff report, but there are no photos to show what the public space looks like. I'm just curious, but if I could actually go back through my notes and then follow up with this question after another council member.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Then we'll move on. Were you done with your questions, Vice Mayor Taylor, other than that?
At the moment, yes. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor actually asked most of the questions. The one that I still had remaining is if we could get details about no music in the is allowed to be broadcast at the eateries. And I had not seen that before or noticed it. I was wondering if we could get some more information, please.
So as part of the proposed ordinance, there is a section that does say, and this might be where some of the confusion lies, it says no live entertainment or amplified music without first obtaining all required permits that are pursuant to a chapter of our municipal code relating to noise. So really what that says is that there's just an extra review process for live entertainment and amplified music.
But essentially that several of the restaurants currently have background music playing as they dine, which is nothing live. And that is allowed. There's no concerns about that.
I believe in our formalized longer-term permanent program, we would like to have the city take a look at any of that type of amplified music through our existing approval process that's already in the Muni Code.
Thank you.
I would just have a quick follow-up question to that. Does that mean that every day, if they wanted to have music, they'd have to get another permit, or it could say, hey, we have music when we have outdoor seating, and that would be done with just one permit?
So the ordinance requires that for any live entertainment or amplified music that would require a permit under chapter 8.06 of our Muni Code, which is the noise chapter, that those permits be obtained. If no permit would be required under 8.06, then the amplified music and live music can take place. Chapter 8.06 requires a permit or amplified music or live music would go above a certain decibel level that I would have to look up. I don't know the decibel level off the top of my head. And only then would a permit be needed. So the answer to your question is no for those reasons.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. Councilmember Nash, did you have additional questions? Okay. Okay.
That handled it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Combs, any questions, or are you ready to give your thoughts?
Yeah. One quick question. So, the overhead structures are different, like right, a different approval process than the parklets. And so do we know, like, of a lot of these restaurants have overhead structures? Do we know, will those have to be completely replaced as part of this process? Or is there some sense of understanding if any of those that currently exist will meet this possible code?
So in our design templates, we don't actually have a template for overhead structures. However, our building division would like to take a look at any overhead structure proposals just to make sure that they're safe. So there is that. We would like to have our building official approve those types of overhead structures from a safety standpoint. I can't tell you if I don't have a good sense of whether the existing parklets are in compliance with safety standards for those overhead structures right now, because it was a temporary program. So,
and is the thinking though, because it's my sense that because as I understand the process, it looks as though it would be to some degree bifurcated. And my sense in engagement with some of the restaurateurs is they see it as one full package, like, right, of the value of outdoor is also the value of having these structures, especially obviously during winter time where there's still lots of people who want to sit outdoors. And so again, at this point, I just would say my suggestion would be as much as possible to look at that being one package deal, so that restaurants will know that, like, and maybe it is the case and I'm just sort of not clearly reading it, but know that, like, that if they get a parklet, then that they'll also get the overhead structure too, as an option. Versus here, it seems as though that's something that in some cases may happen or may not happen. But if you get the parklet, then there's no guarantee that you'll come under whatever the requirements will be for the overhead structure.
I would say that we would accept one application for a parklet, including an overhead structure, if the parklet owner desires that. And then through our permit workflow, we would route it in that case to include the building division. So we really are envisioning it as kind of a more seamless, combined process for that.
Okay, I think, I have a lot of thoughts, but I think we're in thought time. So Councilmember Nash, what are you thinking?
I'm sorry, I had one more question, and I think this is something that is a clarifying question, and that's for Ryan's Lane. There was some discussion about that the space would be needed as the restaurant is, as there's redevelopment of the property next door, the old Anne's Coffee Shop. And there was mention that the planters are on wheels and that the awning is retractable. I'm curious if there's any comments from staff, because that sounds like, I'm just wondering how the barriers would work and if there actually would still be barriers needed. So if that's not a complete solution there.
Thank you for the question. I actually don't have a full answer for that case just yet, but what I can tell you is that there is flexibility built into the ordinance to grant an exception via the Director of Public Works, but we would just want to consider neighbors essentially. And if a neighboring business has a construction need, that would just factor into the thought process behind granting the exemption. I can't really give you an answer on, the barriers on wheels versus other aspects of the Ryan's Lane use, okay. Right? So,
but I guess what's what I'm trying to clarify is the planters, I believe, would not meet the 250-pound threshold of essentially for safety, and so I'm wondering how that would be dealt with, if that's a definite requirement or if that's something that could be looked at.
Currently in the ordinance, it is a definite requirement. Okay. Safety with barriers was probably our principal concern. But we do allow for that 6-month compliance period where businesses could work with us to kind of come into compliance with the requirements. It's worth discussion if we want to take a look at barrier requirements for Ryan's Lane, and I would have to take that back to staff internally just to, double check around safety for that.
I mean, honestly, it makes sense to have barriers to me, but I don't know how that would work in this situation. Thank you.
Okay, so who would like to begin with their thoughts on direction for staff? We've asked some really great questions. I can start if nobody wants to go, unless anybody wants to speak. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Just as an overview, I think that we definitely should continue the streetery program. And I like the waiving of the fees for the initial cohort of people who already have some. I think that we actually should consider some other extending that program perhaps to others who are wanting to do eateries, because we are trying to, that's something that does create the vibrancy we're looking for downtown. So I am in favor of that, with perhaps extending some of the initial permit fees, but would like more input from staff at some point about that. I would like to see the streets closed, kept closed, and both on Santa Cruz Avenue and on Ryan's Lane. And I would like to know more from staff what that entails, because I think there's more information we need to make that final decision, or to make that direction. But I'm also, very honestly, I've changed my view on Ryan's Lane tonight after hearing both reading information and hearing from people. I very much do, I of course would like to support restaurants, but I also do think that that was a dangerous intersection where Ryan's Lane comes out onto Crane with the sidewalks there. It is difficult to see, and I do think that that's a concern. So so I think that we should see how we can work the Crane the Ryan's Lane, given the construction there, and also what is needed for any sort of temporary closure. But I'd be interested in keeping the streets closed as they currently are.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Combs is ready to go.
Sure, happy to go. Let me know if at the end of this there's some direction that I miss. Overall, I'm supportive of keeping both all of Santa Cruz, that section closed, and also Ryan's Lane. When I think about Santa Cruz and downtown proper, as I call it, for a number of years predating my involvement with the city, there has been, and I think one of the public commenters mentioned this, efforts to create an additional sort of gathering space in the downtown, additional to Fremont Park, which is kind of a bit removed from what you might consider the sort of core or the center of gravity for the downtown area. And all of those efforts have, for lack of a better word, failed. The most recent one I remember is the creation of the sort of paseo on Curtis, where there was the artificial turf that got rolled out. And I actually liked it to some degree, but I remember there was people, I think I was on the planning commission that time, or I can't remember, but people came out in droves to demand that Curtis be opened back up, and that after they complained about the AstroTurf, they just complained about everything. They didn't like it at all, and the city council backtracked on that. Well, this is something that has been successful, right? Not that it doesn't have any detractors, but it has created that additional sort of gathering spot in the downtown area that a lot of people in our community have gravitated to and see as a success. And I want to do everything I can to encourage that. And to the mayor's point, we've read all of the feedback, and I do understand that sometimes after school, it can be a place that's not for the faint of heart as it relates to the engagement of some teenagers in our community. But it's also like a really central and visible spot, like, right? So is there some teenage rowdiness there at times? Yes, I can attest to that, but nothing that I have seen that suggests to me that that it is a problem. And like I said, it is a very visible spot, and to the extent to which teenagers or young people in our community are gathering, I think we want them gathering in as visible a spot as possible. And so the fact that they have found and adopted this, I think we should see as another indication of the success here. And so I'm again, like I said, I'm supportive again to the points made by Councilmember Nash and the public comment, supportive of the Ryan Lane closure there. And so yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of like opening up a portion for the bike lane. I just don't know exactly like how that looks and what are some of the downstream impacts of that as you will bring in the stalls for Bon Marche closer in together. I just would just sort of be curious as to how that looks. I know when it comes to the farmers market during the pandemic, expanded from just one of the rows in the parking lot to two, and that's something that has stayed in place even as we have come to some degree out of the pandemic. And obviously it allows for social distancing. And so that's the one thing I would be concerned about, sort of bringing it in. But again, like I say, I wouldn't, necessarily by default be opposed to that. But as long as that space is being kept to some degree, I'm supportive. As it relates to, I know I got into a little bit on the details about the overhead structuring as it relates to the fees and the permitting process. I would just say that we should look to be as accommodating as possible and creating a process that encourages and makes this transition as easy as possible for businesses. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. Would you like to speak, Councilmember Dorr?
Sure, thank you. I want to echo a lot of the comments we heard tonight as well as over email. Thank you for everyone who submitted their thoughts. The outdoor seating downtown has added to the richness and vibrancy of our community. And as someone who likes to go downtown a lot, I too have really appreciated the opportunity of outdoor dining. And so very excited to see that continue as a gathering space, as a way to not just create space for restaurants, but to create a public gathering space downtown for everybody to use, whether they're students, whether they're older folks, everyone in between. And I also think this will be helpful in attracting new businesses to want to come downtown and to see the vibrancy that Menlo Park believes in and is supporting in our town. On the permitting process, I see the goals of that process and the goals of formalizing the design and asking folks to go through that process as a way to ensure that they are as safe as possible for the diners as well as for people who are going by them, to make sure that they are beautiful and they are as permanent as they can be. And so I understand the need and importance of having some kind of guidelines there to ensure those things are met. On whether or not to open the street, I feel strongly that it should not be open to cars. A question I have following on Councilmember Combs is, if we open that bike lane, how much less square footage would we have for the Bon Marche and that area? The one reason why I'm still curious about the bike lane is because I've heard that there have been some incidents where maybe younger bikers are biking on the wrong side of the road, and that just creates a safety risk. And I want to make sure that we are, ensuring safe biking habits. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. I'd actually would appreciate it if Mr. Stolte, if you could address the question about the bike lane and what impact that would have on Boone Marsh and on the picnic table situation. Can we have it both ways?
I will ask the city clerk to pull up the slide so we can just have a visual as we walk through this.
Are we looking for the slide that has the 4 options, or?
It should be slide, hold on one second, 20.
Thank you.
While that's getting pulled up, I just want to speak to the Walgreens picnic tables. Those are not regulated under this ordinance. This ordinance regulates dining established or outdoor dining associated with eating establishments. Walgreens doesn't qualify as an eating establishment under the ordinance, so those would remain regardless of this ordinance. Those picnic tables.
Let's answer the question about the impact of, we can get into the ordinance in a moment, but that's like a technical thing. But if Mr. Stolte, I think what the public are curious about are how it's going to feel for them.
Okay, so on this slide, you can see the addition of the green bike lane. What that means in practicality is that barriers, tables, chairs would have to be removed from the lane of travel in the street to allow for 6 feet of bicycle travel. It still allows the farmers market to continue just at a slightly smaller capacity, but for some of the existing parklet owners that have expanded into the lane of travel, they would have to move their things to accommodate the bike lane. But they can still occupy parklets in the public parking spaces themselves.
Thank you. So to follow up, I was out there with Ollie from Bistro Vita yesterday, walking around where the picnic tables are and speaking about the farmers market. And it seemed to him that the 6 feet wouldn't be a problem and that the area could potentially accommodate kind of what we have now, just slightly smushed. Is that not the same opinion?
If Ms. Hines can weigh in on this.
It's just a question to look into.
Yes, yeah, we can look into that.
Yeah, because I think that's a big thing. I think the direction I'm hearing from council is that we're very interested in retaining the outdoor seating space and the market as a community gathering spot. But I also agree with Councilmember Dorr, I'm sure my colleagues as well, about the concern we have for folks, and I've seen folks of all ages cycling on the wrong side of the street there because of the lack of thoroughfare. So if you could look into that, I think if the bike lane impedes the community gathering spot, that's a different conversation. So kind of what the impact is. And then in terms of the Bistro Vita and Left Bank losing some tables that are currently where the bike lane would go. And speaking to Ollie yesterday, it didn't sound like it would be a problem. They're actually going to be expanding into the harvest space, and his sense was Left Bank would be okay with that as well. I actually think it might bring some feelings of fairness a little bit to some of the other eateries who kind of only have parklets, who don't have that excess space. So I'm feeling comfortable with that component of it. And speaking of the fees as well, I agree we should be doing everything we can to incentivize folks to have these spots. I have heard from some other restaurateurs or folks around town who are not on Santa Cruz Avenue and don't have the opportunity to have a parklet, that there's a feeling of, they're getting free space, like it's free public right of way that they're able to expand their business into. And so having some kind of public collection of that benefit in the long term, I don't necessarily think is a terrible thing. I think it's the balance between welcoming those businesses and again, keeping it fair. I have a few more comments, then I'll go back to Councilmember Nash, who I see her hand raised. I also really appreciate Ms. Fair's letter. And I just want to, it makes a difference. And so I also wasn't clear on what was going on with Ryan's Lane, but I would like to allow them to continue dining out there and work with staff on how to make that safe and accessible for folks. Obviously, we've heard loud and clear from residents that they want that gathering space and they want Santa Cruz to kind of remain as is with the possibility of the bike lane. That being said, I do want to acknowledge that we have heard from quite a few downtown businesses their ongoing concern about keeping the street closed. And I want to let them know that I'm available to meet potentially with the city manager as well to see if there's other things we can do to help downtown businesses from the city's perspective. And so I think hopefully we can all work together, but it does seem from a resident perspective, it is strange that there's the disconnect, I think. I'm kind of scratching my head of why all the residents in town enjoy it, but some of the businesses don't. So kind of getting to the bottom of what we can do to help those businesses, I think would be important. And then one other thing, speaking to Ali and thinking about the picnic tables and City Attorney Doherty, this might be going back to what you're saying, is that right now those were just kind of put there and the city doesn't manage them or anything. So I would be curious for the city to look into, my sense is that they might be deteriorating a little bit. They're not like long-term solutions. So the city looking into how we can aid in keeping that gathering space well kept, maintained if needed. Also the barriers. I know we have the standards that we're looking at for the parklets or the streeteries, but the barriers on either side, especially the one by Bank of America, I think it's still the orange fire department one. So like, what are we doing to make that look nicer potentially? But I think that's the extent of my direction. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. You just triggered a memory on the fairness with other retail vendors or retail businesses downtown. There is a definite concern that the restaurants are getting lots of support and the retail is feeling underserved. And so I certainly support the waiving of the initial permits as we've been talking about. And I don't know when for what period of time. But in the report, there was also some discussion about consideration of future grant funding for a transitional period. And I would definitely want to look closely at that because I do want to make sure that we are supporting our retail equally with our businesses, with our restaurants, and not overdoing it with our restaurants. So generally, my initial reaction is that I would not be in favor of future grant funding unless we can find an external, like if the San Mateo County Chamber of Commerce were interested in helping with that, or SAMCETA or some external group, that would be great. But I think that would be something that would be too far for me to do additional support there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Looks like Vice Mayor Taylor. And then I believe after Vice Mayor Taylor speaks, everyone will have had an opportunity to give their thoughts. So if you have any remaining thoughts, get ready to share them after Vice Mayor Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And I agree with Councilmember Nash just shared about the need for attention to restaurants and retail. And especially if we're looking at creating a program for grants, and definitely in support of our new chambers and SAMCETA possibly taking the lead. In the short term, I think it's extremely important to improve the aesthetics of the public seating area. Also, I am very interested in public safety. So if staff thinks that the plan that's up on the screen will work well as far as bicycles being right next to where the activities are going with pedestrians. I just want to make sure that folks are safe. I remember when we talked about having bikes on Santa Cruz where the street closure is the last time that there was discussion about walking your bike. I know folks want to ride through, but for me, it's just about safety in general because pedestrians do get hit by bicyclists. In the long term, I would love to see the downtown area revitalizing, being on our CIP list. There are too many Band-Aids put on what needs to happen downtown. It needs a complete revitalization. And I know that we are working towards it, which I really appreciate. And I'm glad that we've had an opportunity to see what a partial street closure looks like. And then also our restaurants being able to have access to outdoor dining, and our community members, residents in Menlo Park, being able to experience that and be supportive of it. Just a question that does not have to be answered tonight that did come up in public comment, and that is, did we reach out to the property owners? I do not know who owns what and who leases what, but just want to make sure that we are listening to everyone that's impacted by decisions that are made by the council. And let's see, and I do not need to repeat everything else that was shared with previous council members that I do support. I do have a concern about having a fee schedule, just putting it out there because that was also brought up in public comment. And then also the noise ordinance. Just have some concerns about requiring another permit process. And then lastly, since this screen is still up, I really have a concern about amending the general plan specifically for this. So just putting that out there, I'm not going to go into details about that because there were efforts to amend the general plan previously, and that did not happen. So I was actually surprised to see that as a part of the recommendation. And on that note, Mayor Willison, I don't have anything else to provide. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback and for that plug for our priority setting meeting on March 18th. With your mention of downtown revitalization. So for those of you whose ears perked up at that being a city goal that we should strive towards, we will be holding, it hasn't happened for a while, it's supposed to be an annual priority setting workshop. That's Saturday, March 18th. And for those of you who agreed with Councilmember Taylor on that, that might be something to think about. Okay, so my question then for staff is, do you have what you need? The staff report and the slides are written about this 4-month period. I believe when council was speaking, my hunch is this is kind of our longer term vision for the downtown. And so have we given you enough direction to go ahead and pursue kind of the groundwork that you need in order to tee up, not just for the next 4 months while you get the ducks in a row, but also for making these longer lasting now that the emergency order has ended?
Please correct me if I misheard any of this, but I did hear from 2 council members support for keeping the roads closed as they currently are. And then from an additional to, there are some questions about the addition of a bike lane and what that means in a practical sense. And then Mayor, I think the sentiment was that you supported the street closures. I'm not sure how the bike lane fit in for you specifically.
I actually am very supportive of the bike
lane.
And that's kind of with the understanding that Bone Marsh, from speaking to the Bone Marsh organizer, that it can live on in a beautifully iterated way with living peacefully next to the bike lane. So if that can't happen, then something, but.
Okay, so it sounds like we do have clear direction to maintain the street closure and perhaps look into some of the specifics around the bike lane a little more. And in the meantime, that would initiate the city conducting the necessary studies to maintain a street closure, which does include an amendment to the circulation element and then studying the environmental impacts.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Combs has something.
Yeah, just a quick question so I can visualize for myself when I'm next out there. The bike lane would essentially take up the entirety of the vehicle through lane of travel, or would it be less?
That is what we will verify for you
Okay.
as a council and get you more specific, maybe a more specific diagram so you can really see how much we're remaining.
Totally fair.
That would be great because it did say 6 feet, whereas there's much more than 6 feet in that travel lane, I believe, hopefully.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
Just if it makes a difference, I think that I was probably counted as one of the people who wanted it to keep it the way it is, but I would also be very interested in a bike lane if that works, both with the activities on the street and also with transportation staff supports that how that comes out at Curtis and at basically on both sides of the street, that it all works.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash, and Councilmember Dorr has something.
Just a quick connection there. I wanted to echo what someone said about the picnic tables and some confusion over, are those included in a section that that will be maintained? Would the city possibly be able to contribute to having some sort of more permanent, beautiful, resilient structures there, so students and others can go to Walgreens and get food and sit outside, and others can appreciate that space even if they're not doing one of the fine dining experiences. Curiosity there.
So I guess I would phrase it, can we add to the direction to have staff look into kind of a longer term plan for the picnic tables and that area?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Any last bits of comment from colleagues or anything last that staff needs? Okay, then I believe we've concluded this item. Thank you again to all members of the public and to our downtown community for their involvement. And again, I want to make myself available and I believe I want to make the city manager available for downtown businesses to see how we can support you. I think there's a lot of interest in that. Okay, we are now going to move on to our second study session, which, if you bear with me for a moment, F2, we're moving on to F2, provide direction on whether to pursue fully grade separated alternatives for Caltrain grade separation project. And so for this item, I will be introducing our Assistant Public Works Director, Hugh Lauch. Mr. Lauch.
Thank you, Mayor Willison and members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you tonight on the Menlo Park grade separation project. Maybe just as a quick summary, we did get to a point a number of years ago where we selected one alternative as part of the project study report for this project, but we're directed to look into fully elevated options for grade separation in the city. And that process is kind of set up to walk through a set of stages. And we're at the very early part of that process right now, where we've done some kind of concept and thinking about what options are feasible and possible. And then as directed kind of in the scope of work, coming back to council to get your feedback and thoughts about whether to continue down the path and continue to study fully elevated options or to return to the previously selected option. And then if so, which of the ones to pursue. And then there will be other kind of points of contact back with council, which we'll come back to at the end, but just wanted to sort of frame where we're at. And so that everyone recognizes that we haven't answered a lot of the very detailed questions. I know there's been a lot of comments and questions about this. We are at a pretty early stage in this process, in this part of the process. So just hopefully bear with us as we go through these. And so with that, I am going to actually hand it over to Peter DeStefano, who's with AECOM, and Millette Litzinger, and they're going to step through a few slides, and then I'll come back at the end with the direction that we want them to pursue.
Great. Thank you, Hugh. At the top of this slide here, we have an aerial view of the Caltrain corridor and in the city of Menlo Park with Atherton on the left and Palo Alto on the right. At the bottom is a profile view of the track.
We are not seeing the presentation.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
That's my fault.
All right, there we go. Let's try that again. So at the top of the slide, we have an aerial view of the Caltrain corridor in Menlo Park with Atherton on the left, Palo Alto on the right. At the bottom is a profile view of the track looking east as if imagine if you're at street level, like at El Camino, looking east towards the bay. And note that the vertical scale here is greatly exaggerated so we can see the differences between the different rail profile options. Oops. Okay, this slide is similar to the previous one, except here we're zoomed in North Menlo Park, and the vertical exaggeration is reduced a bit. The distance between each vertical grid line is 500 feet, and each horizontal grid line shows an elevation difference of 10 feet.
I'm sorry, can I just pause for a minute? The vertical exaggeration, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Just so I want to make sure we're all anchored on the same.
Sure.
Can you elaborate what you mean by the vertical exaggeration?
Right. So if this were to scale, all these lines would look on top of each other. We wouldn't be able to see any differences. So what we do is we exaggerate it vertically so we could see the differences in the elevation. Does that make sense?
So the way I've been looking at it is the blue line, the black line, if you're looking over Oak Grove and Ravenswood, is basically 2x or an x below the black line. So if the blue line is 80.
Right. So in this one here, the blue line, which is alternative C, that's raised about 10 feet above the existing rail profile, and the black is raised about a little over 20 feet.
So it is 2 times. So
yeah.
So then how does the vertical exaggeration?
So it's so yeah, if you look at the grid lines. So in this one, the vertical grid lines are 500 feet apart, but the horizontal grid lines are 10 feet apart.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so it's more the horizontals compressed is another way to think about. Is that half a dozen of the other?
Sure.
Okay.
That helps.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
And like I said, if we were to show this to you at scale, we wouldn't be able to see anything because everything would look like everything's on top of each other. So yeah. Hopefully that clears it up. Okay, I'm going to step through each of the rail options here. Before I do that, the blue line here represents the profile of the preferred alternative that was selected by City Council a few years ago. In this alternative, the rail is raised about 10 feet at the Caltrain station between Oak Grove and Ravenswood. And we refer to this as a hybrid alternative. You'll hear that word hybrid quite a bit. And what that means is it's a combination of raising the rail up a little bit and lowering the road to obtain a sufficient amount of elevation difference to allow vehicles to drive under the railroad. For relative scale here, we showing an approximate outline of the buildings on the east side of the rail corridor. Those are shown in gray on the bottom profile view. Again, with the vertical exaggeration, those buildings look tall and skinny. Okay, let's step through each of the options. For option 1, this yellow profile, the rail is fully elevated over all 4 crossings in Menlo Park, Encinal, Glenwood, Oak Grove, and Ravenswood. And to clarify, when we say fully elevated, this is important to note, we mean to raise the rail high enough so that the road below can remain at its current elevation. So in this case, it means raising the rail on the order of about 20 to 22 feet. In this option, we descend on a 1% grade just north of Encinal, and the elevated rail profile extends well into Atherton's limits. For option 2 here, shown in the red dash, the rail is fully elevated over 3 crossings instead of 4, Glenwood, Oak Grove, and Ravenswood. The rail profile descends on a 1% grade just north of Glenwood and touches down just north of Watkins Avenue in Atherton. In this option, Encinal will be closed to motor vehicle traffic. However, a ped bike crossing or undercrossing or tunnel can be implemented at this location. Option 3 is essentially identical to option 2 with one exception. The descending grade is increased to 1.2% to touch down within, within Menlo Park's limits just south of the Atherton Channel. You'll hear us talk about grades a little bit in this presentation. It's probably in the staff report too. The reason this is important is that Caltrain's standard for grade is 1% maximum. So we could obtain an exception to that for what Caltrain calls a design variance. However, it's a bit challenging to get anything approved over 1%. It's not impossible, but they require strong justification to get anything greater than 1%. So for example, I think between Menlo Park and San Francisco, there's only one exception I know of, and that's just north of the San Bruno station when they did that project about a dozen years ago. They got approval of about a 1.2% grade to get from the station to get underneath the I-380 viaduct. So the justification, I didn't work on that project, but the justification for that was probably, hey, we don't want to have to reconstruct this large viaduct. So I just wanted to mention that because you'll hear a lot of, at first you might be thinking, well, what's the difference between 1 and 1.2? It's virtually the same. That's the reason why. Okay, so for option 4, the rail is fully elevated over 2 crossings only at Oak Grove and Ravenswood. The rail profile descends on a 1% grade just north of Oak Grove and touches down just south of the Atherton Channel. In this option, Glenwood would have to be lowered about 4 feet to maintain east-west connectivity for motor vehicles. And as in options 2 and 3, Encinal would be closed to motor vehicle traffic with the option to provide a ped bike undercrossing. Lastly, for option 5, shown here in green, the rail profile is similar to option 4, except the rail profile descends on a steeper 1.4% grade just north of Oak Grove and touches down about 800 feet south of the Atherton Channel. Okay, this table summarizes each rail option. I'll just go through this very, very quickly here. The top row shows the number of fully elevated grade separations. Second row shows the design variances from Caltrain that would be required. It shows that design variances from Caltrain would be required for options 3 and 5. Track work is required for options, track work within Atherton is required for options 1 and 2 only. Encinal is open to motor vehicles in option 1 only. The extent of the visual impact is greatest for option 1 and the least for option 5. And everywhere in between it gets progressively, there's less visual impact as you go from 1 through 5. Lowering of Glenwood is required for options 4 and 5 only. And lastly, utility relocations and property impacts are minimized for options 1, 2, and 3 because the roads can essentially remain as is. This slide shows a comparison between the fully elevated options that were just presented and the preferred alternative chosen by council as alternative C. That was going back a few years now. With a fully elevated option, construction impacts are minimized because the roads do not have to be lowered, and thus some utility relocations can be avoided. By not having to lower some of the roads, we reduce the flooding risks. Property acquisitions are minimized, but there's still an effect on properties due to the visual impacts associated with an elevated rail. That's why that's shown in black, because there's some that are a benefit and some that are not. A fully elevated rail through the city would trigger a reconstruction of the future Middle Avenue ped bike undercrossing just south of Ravenswood. I shouldn't say just south, it's about a quarter mile south of Ravenswood. And lastly, construction costs are yet to be determined. There will be some savings by not having to lower some of the roads, but the rail itself will be more costly being on a higher profile. And with that, I'll turn it back to Hugh.
Thanks, Peter. So to wrap up, 2 things I wanted to go through, one of which is, what those directions we're looking for from council tonight. And as I say, kind of 2 questions. The first of which is, should we keep going down this path, do more detailed analysis of these fully elevated options? And then if that's desired, which are the options that would be preferred for us to look at? And what I would say is from a staff perspective, we very much think option 4 is one that we should look at. It's one that doesn't require design variance from Caltrain. It does fit within the city limits. It requires some lowering of Glenwood, so there's some impact there, but much less so than if we had to do that for all the crossings. And that's one that we think probably makes the most sense. If we were to pursue a second one, we think either option 2 or 3 could be possible. And that's something that might need a little discussion. Obviously, anything that extends into Atherton would require coordination and some concurrence from their council to make sure that we could pursue that. But at the same time, we would have to work with Caltrain on the greater grade difference. And as Peter noted, there's nothing we can do to guarantee that we can get that. And there really does need to be that kind of hardship finding. So we think that those are reasonable to consider options 2 and 3 if we wanted to pursue 2. And what we had talked about at the beginning of this is that we would pursue kind of up to 2 profiles. So those are probably the 2 that we think make the most sense, where we kind of do something about the 2 and 3. And then options 1 and 5, we don't think make any sense to pursue. We wouldn't recommend those. So 1 would have significant impact on Atherton. We think that'd be very challenging to get that advanced and pursued. And then option 5, the relative difference. And again, as Peter noted, as you extend that scale out and you start to see it in its, true scale, the difference between that 1.4% grade for the green line, that's option 5, and the black line, that's option 4, it's not that much. It's a few feet. And it declines, of course, as you go through the city. So getting Caltrain to approve, a minor reduction in the height of the rail in certain places is probably going to be very challenging, and we don't recommend moving forward with that. So those are our key questions. And then one question we anticipate that you'll have for us is, what does this mean for schedule if we do this? So here we are today in City Council meeting discussing this. If you tell us, continue with the hybrid option, our next step is to start to work with the Transportation Authority and with Caltrain to initiate engineering environmental phase of that project. And there is funding that's available. We would need to come back probably at budget time to get the match funding allocated to be able to pursue that. It's a substantial amount of work, and that's likely something Caltrain would lead, but obviously something we would coordinate with us on. If you tell us to keep going on the sort of phase one. We're at the beginning of phase one of the feasibility study, but if we kind of continued that, we would then do more detailed engineering, feasibility analysis. When I say we, I do mean these fine fellows here, and do renderings of those options and other things. We had proposed a public meeting, which we would kind of late spring, early summer is likely when we'd be ready to do that, and then come back to City Council to present you the findings of that public outreach and the detailed analysis that was done. And then again, at that point, you could tell us, okay, you could make one choice or the other at that point about what you wanted us to pursue. And then that could go into that sort of preliminary engineering environmental phase. Or there are this sort of phase two scope that's more detailed. There's some noise impacts, some other kinds of impacts that we could look into. That was what was approved in the scope of work. Those activities most likely, in most cases, would happen in that environmental phase. So they don't need to be done in this phase, in this part of the work when we're doing the project study report. They could just be done in the future phase based on whatever was selected. But if we did those in advance, then that decision then would be deferred essentially to sort of early next year in all likelihood. So that's kind of the schedule options. And you see those pink bars are when we're moving into that next phase by which sort of part of the work we'd be doing. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Louch. And just one follow-up question. Where do those pink arrows lead to next?
So after we complete that phase of work, or Caltrain completes that phase of work, then you go into final design. And that's when you go from, okay, we have an established concept, we know exactly what we're doing, but the details of that. So then and that's definitely a phase that Caltrain would lead. And then you go into construction, of course, contingent on finding several $100 million to pay for it.
Thank you, Mr. Louch. Okay. So at this time, I think the best thing to do is to take public comment. So Ms. Herron, can you please poll for public commenters?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our study session item F2, provide direction on whether to pursue fully graded separated alternatives for Caltrain grade separation project, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete out a speaker card at that back table and return to the clerk's desk. So Mayor Willison, at this time, I'm seeing 2 speakers.
Great, let's go ahead with the 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. So our first speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Adrian Brandt.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staffing consultants. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And when this project was in significantly early stages and coming to City Council for guidance about the overall options, I was on the Complete Streets Commission. And at that time, the first set of options included options that had only one street grade separated, Ravenswood only, and then options that had multiple streets that were grade separated. And at that time, I had a very strong opinion about making sure that we had multiple streets grade separated in order to provide a good, safe, reliable cross-town connectivity. And at that time, I did not have an extremely strong opinion differentiating between the hybrid options and the fully elevated options. There are some differences in terms of construction time and property impacts, and there also are impacts or are changes in terms of what different people think is more or less attractive. And I just didn't have a strong opinion at that time. However, my set of opinions have changed significantly since this past January, when there was atmospheric river and major rainstorms, and there was flooding in several different locations up and down the Caltrain corridor, including safety problems and blocked crosstown connectivity in a number of cities. And given the fact that climate change is happening and the situation where we may have multiple years of drought and then storms that are more powerful than they have been in the past, that pattern is, I don't think is going to be going away. I think that pattern over many years is going to be getting worse. And therefore, I am quite concerned over a hybrid that has multiple streets depressed that would be vulnerable to flooding. Of course, it's possible to pump, but what I've seen, in Palo Alto, they have pumping and they still have had repeated floods, and those floods are safety hazards in terms of blocking crosstown connectivity. So I am, more disposed toward the elevated alternatives. And I would also like to see the city move relatively quickly in order to be able to get in the queue for future funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Adrian Brandt, followed by Elliot Crane. And this will be the final call for public comment on study session item F2.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Adrian Brandt. I'm a Menlo Park native, and for identification purposes only, I'm also on the Caltrain Citizens Advisory Committee. I've followed this project with great interest throughout its long history. I am a proponent of fully elevating, particularly across the downtown. I was a little disappointed that in the staff report, all the images shown, they were not part of the presentation tonight, but in the staff report, images were included of solid walls, which I wanted to, I had envisioned a fully open underneath a viaduct across the downtown, such as being done in Melbourne. There's a great separation project there known as the Level Crossings Removal Project. They have their own YouTube channel, and they've done a number of very Caltrain, Menlo Park comparable grade separations with elevated stations, such as ours would be, where there's completely new, connected, usable space created underneath the tracks, very community friendly and very attractive. I would encourage anybody interested to find the correct YouTube videos or look for the links, but there's nothing like it in the Bay Area, so you won't find examples of that done here. Certainly outside of the downtown, when talking about visual impacts, the difference between the various alternatives is minimal, because really the only difference is really north of Glenwood, that there are any substantial height differences. And the properties along there basically turn their backs on and are screened from the right of way with foliage and trees and things of that nature. So really in the downtown area where the highest visibility is, there's really no substantial difference between any of the alternatives presented tonight. On the Middle Avenue undercrossing, I would say it's a benefit, because just like Redwood City is planning to fully elevate and restore Jefferson to being level, which is now dipped underneath, such as your earlier preferred alternative is contemplating for Ravenswood. With the middle bike undercrossing, if you did elevate it, as the staff report notes, you would be able to do it at grade, so bikes would not have to go down essentially into a pit and come back up. They would be able to pass through at grade, be easier for handicapped people, children, really anybody, and it would be a lot more user friendly. And to that point, the reason why fully elevated is so great, in my view, is it gets the trains fully up and out of the way of life. Going up 10 feet is a false economy, the hybrid. If you go fully up, the train is fully out of the way. You do not have to disrupt Alma or Garwood or any of the streets, Merrill, et cetera. You have minimum property impact. The visual is minor, as I pointed out before, and you have new connectivity that was never there before, a much better pedestrian experience, and that's permanent. No deadly flooding. These floods that Adina spoke of, 3 people have drowned in their car. And then lastly, on the noise thing, Palo Alto AECOM did a 42-page detailed noise and vibration impact study for Palo Alto, and you can refer to that. The differences were extremely minimal, if at all. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Elliot Crane, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Thank you very much. I actually don't have comments to make. I have two questions for the staff and the engineering firm that I didn't hear addressed during their very good presentation. One element that was lacking in this analysis was the proposed plan and the impact of rerouting the Caltrain right-of-way to accommodate this massive construction project. Where do they anticipate the Caltrain temporary tracks would be laid? How will this affect existing traffic patterns and property? And how long would that part of the project take? The second question really is in response to the first speaker regarding potential flooding with a hybrid plan. And the question is whether or not the state of engineering at the present time is such that flood mitigation is possible, provided the intense kinds of storms we've seen in the recent weeks, assuming that prior construction up and down the peninsula did not engineer for these events decades ago when those construction projects were taking place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Pam Jones.
Good evening, council and staff. Pam Jones, resident of Menlo Park in the Bellhaven neighborhood. I make frequent trips across town, and I don't know what's more terrifying, Ravenswood Avenue, and when you don't know for sure if you're going to have enough time to get across. So just kind of creeping up and making sure that there's enough distance if I do have to stop, that I won't have to worry about being on the tracks. And we've had several fatal accidents there. Oak Grove, it's another one that's very challenging. And I look at this situation, and no matter what decision we make, somebody's going to be unhappy. And the bottom line is we need to make a decision immediately because we're losing funding and the cost is only increasing. So I hope that the council, it's going to take a lot of courage to do this because there's people that find something wrong with everything. But I hope that you make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to Ms. Levin, Mr. Brandt, Mr. Crane, and Ms. Jones for your comments. So following up on Mr. Crane's questions, which I think were very good questions. So it's a shoe fly track is what you call it, is the temporary tracks that have to be laid. Can you explain where you foresee those going and what kind of timing those would be?
Yeah, when we looked at the hybrid option a few years ago, we looked at a shoe fly on the east side of the corridor. And I understand conditions now have changed. There's been new developments, so that's something we'd have to take a look at again. But that was what was looked at, I don't know, it was about 3-4 years ago. The shoe fly or the temporary tracks were located on the west side of the corridor. We required a temporary station, all that stuff.
Sorry, they were, when you did 3 or 4 years ago, then west or the east? They were on the west.
Did I say east? Yeah, the west.
Okay, so we now have Spring Line near Oak Grove and the Stanford project.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying that might be problematic and they might, are there tree impacts with the shoe fly?
I'm sure there are.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that for now with that answer. And then there's been a lot of concern about the flooding, so for those members of the public who have not been following this project over the last, 50,000 years, this has been an ongoing discussion in the city of how to grade separate. And to Ms. Jones's point, at some point we have to make a decision.
But one of the considerations that wasn't top of mind previously was flooding. And I think now with severe weather, with climate change, it's kind of rising to the top. So can you speak to whether there are engineering improvements that are being built in to address climate impacts? We've heard of, drownings and people getting stuck in their cars under these hybrid things. There's pumps, but are there better pumps? Are there backup systems? Yeah.
Yeah, let me start, and then Peter Merla, if you want to join in. I think, what we're experiencing now and what we experienced, we had the perfect example or the worst example of it this past January. And we do expect that to happen more frequently and with greater intensity. And so while, there are pumps in all of these kinds of facilities and in other facilities where we have to move water away from a low point to a higher point. When you have days and days and days of intense rain without it letting up, it becomes very difficult for those pumps to last and not have a failure. And, I don't think that certainly there is technology, we would design it, I think, and we haven't done that yet with the best possible technology. And we might have to think about redundancy, and there may be costs associated with all of that we want to pursue. And there may be other types of solution, but the water has to go somewhere. And so that's, it's just a challenge that we're going to face more and more as we go through this. So, I don't know if there are any kind of specific technical solutions that you all imagine now, but it's something that would probably be most likely worked out through more design.
Yeah, and I'll just comment on maybe what when you do design systems, they usually do, pump stations have backup generators and things like that. They're also designed for a 100-year flood. So they certainly take those things into account. But as things age, there's things like maintenance and all of those things that can impact how efficiently the pumps work over time. So there's some existing conditions that can impact it down as the system ages.
Okay, thank you. Another consideration for us. So with those follow-up questions, I now like to turn it over to my colleagues, again, reminding everyone this is a study session. Although depending on the direction that we give, we'll see where this goes. So would someone like to kick off any questions, comments, thoughts? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, I'm curious if you have a very high level cost comparison or estimation between the alternative C, so the hybrid option that had previously been considered versus this option 2, 3, or option 4.
Yeah, so thanks for that question, Councilmember Dorr. So it's a little early, I would say, I think, and Peter kind of mentioned this when he was going through it, we don't think the cost will be that different between the fully elevated and the hybrid option. Some things will be less in one and some things will be more in the other, but until we kind of work through the kind of details of the engineering, we don't have a cost estimate at this time.
I'd like to, can I follow up on that? So the pictures of different elevated options that were in the staff report show walls basically. And I've received pictures from residents of elevated options that look more like, I don't know, the monorail, let's say at Disneyland, it's totally open. The cost, when you say that they're comparable costs, does it matter how whether it's open or closed like that?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Mayor Wilson. It does absolutely matter. Yes, structures cost more. And so as we think about if you had it more on structure, so more on a viaduct, that would substantially increase the cost, the greater extent and make it, more challenging to fund, through the kind of sources that we have available to us, given kind of all the competition there is. So the notion of a viaduct throughout the whole city is likely very challenging to get funded, just because that will be a substantial cost. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have portions of it that were sort of permeable and on that kind of, on more of a viaduct-like structure. And even the places where it's more like a wall or on a berm, basically, you can imagine sort of holes through that beyond just the roadway. So there is that opportunity, even with that type of design, to have some of that. I don't know, you want to add something, Peter?
Yeah, I was just say there are a lot of the cost for the structure is something you can't see. It's in the foundations. So, there's piles that, in seismic country that have to go 40 feet plus deep into the ground to support any, lateral movements during an earthquake. So at first glance, you might think, oh, the structure doesn't look like there's much to it, but there's a lot that you don't see.
So when you look at those like poles that are holding them up, each one of those is a major pile driving experience.
Exactly.
Versus a berm, which might not.
Yeah, you might see one column come out of the ground. There might be 25 plus piles under the ground that you don't see.
Okay, thank you. So I see, first of all, I cut off Councilmember Dorr. Did you have other questions? Okay, Vice Mayor Taylor had her hand raised first, and then Councilmember Nash. So please, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And I just have a clarifying question. And that is, so is San Bruno considered fully elevated or hybrid?
That's a good, I think it's close to fully elevated.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's a little bit of hybrid in there because some of the streets do depress a little. It's not a lot, but it's borderline. I think there are some road lowerings. So technically it's a hybrid.
Do you know what the distance is for that area? I'm familiar with it, but I don't know the measurements. What portion of it would be considered partially hybrid and then what's elevated? Because it's pretty high.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't think we know that specifically, but we can get back to you with more precise dimensions and maybe just to be clear, right? Like the options we have in front of us now, the one that was picked before, what's under consideration, obviously there could be some thing in between those options where you're still lowering the road somewhat. I think if you're going to lower the road, you have to lower the road, you have to close the road. There's the construction impacts. And so, maybe there's some balancing with the kind of the water and the pumps and that kind of question. But those numbers you don't need to think of them as like a precise number. And again, as we kind of go into more design work after this phase, those things might move around a little bit. So you might come down a couple feet, or something like that. It's not going to be that noticeable, I think, from a visual perspective, but there's still, I'd say, a little bit of flexibility in some of that.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Louch. And one thing the reason I bring up San Bruno is because there wasn't a road closure. Not that I remember. And if it wasn't long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I have two clarifying questions, I think. One is on the open structure fully elevated. In other words, sort of the viaduct that people have been talking about. Is that possible in using with the freight trains that go over our Caltrain line? And also in earthquake country. So is an open structure feasible?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's commonly done. You look through the corridor, there's structure, similar structures, even the BART structure, although that's not freight, of course, but.
Right. The question pertains to, I've heard that it may or may not be possible with freight. So you're saying that's not an issue?
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
And then the other question is, if someone could give a little bit more information on the Jefferson hybrid crossing in Redwood City, and that it's now going to, I had not heard that. So it's currently hybrid. It's not that old. And now that they're going to make it at grade.
Yeah, and I think so. Fortunately, our consultant is also working with Redwood City, and probably could talk about that in detail. I did have a brief conversation with someone over there who's working on that. They're still in the process of finalizing their decision-making process, but they are generally the direction they have is to pursue a fully elevated set of options that would involve multiple crossings and also relocation of their train station and a bunch of other sort of land use zoning kinds of changes too. So it's a really significant project, and that Jefferson crossing, as I understand it, has the opportunity then to be, re-raised, I guess is the way to think about it. So you know, you wouldn't do it in the first phase of construction, but essentially you could bring it back up so it's less of a road depression after you kind of constructed the rest of it.
Is there any learning that we should be taking away there, that they have are reversing course on what they're doing, or is that just the reason why they have that opportunity is because it's all being made to be the fully elevated, and so they may take that opportunity as opposed to the previous decision had issues?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Jefferson Avenue and that underpass, it's been there for a very, very long time. They've gotten a lot of good use out of that. It's a major thoroughfare through the city. So yeah, they made that infrastructure investment a long time ago, but I think they're willing to reconsider that as they look at what benefits their city as it has evolved over the years, right? So I'm not sure I'd look at it as a waste, because it's done a lot of good for that city and their traffic circulation, and so it's a big decision to make, but the overall, with all of the other things that they would get out of it, that they're making that, thinking that decision's worth it.
So I'm wondering, not in any way evaluating what they're doing, what do you have, is there any learning for us to take forward in our decision?
Maybe let me jump in there, Councilmember Dash. I think that's a great question. And I think, you know, one of the reasons why it's changing is because they have this larger project, and, you know, they've had one undercrossing, but they have a lot of at-grade crossings, and we have our 4 plus pedestrian at-grade crossings. And so if we were, you know, I think a good lesson that we can take away, and I think it's a lesson we did take away from maybe the earlier phase of this project, if we do just one crossing, then later on, if you wanted to do another crossing, you would, you know, it does create that extra work or kind of replacement. And just to be realistic, right, getting one big project like this through is going to take a lot of effort on the city's part, on others' parts, and a lot of funding. So, you know, probably good to think about the right solution that deals with as many of the issues and challenges as we have, rather than trying to do the smallest possible project. But I think that's kind of a lesson we learned, maybe kind of going through the process to date.
Okay, so we're 15 minutes shy of 9 o'clock, and we have a lot more. And I know this is a super important topic. Is anyone ready to start sharing thoughts or more questions to ask? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And so, as I remember, obviously an earlier council had went with the option C, the hybrid option, and I think it was like around 4 years ago, based on some advocacy from neighbors and residents. There was this idea of sort of exploring what an elevated option would look at. And obviously that was something that had been to some degree previously explored. And so it wasn't like we were treading completely new ground. But what I remember at the time, some of the key reasons for that was this idea of one, it would be cheaper than the hybrid model, and two, the construction would be less evasive, shall we say. But now, Mr. Louch, you had said that if we were going with this idea of the sort of the prettiest, shall I say, elevated option of like the Roman aqueducts and viaducts through the Spanish countryside, that would increase the cost, like, right? And that you didn't think that there was money for that. But then does that cost then increase beyond the hybrid option? Or does it still stay under the hybrid option and thereby being still providing that value of being more economical than the hybrid option?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Combs. That's a great question. Again, I think we're early on specific costs, so it's a little hard, but I definitely, I think our understanding is that a viaduct option, all viaduct throughout the whole city, is going to be more expensive than the hybrid option. But some berm, some viaduct could be less or, maybe probably not going to be more, but it could be a little less, but probably in the same ballpark as the hybrid option that we have today. And again, it's because the extents are different, the amount you raise up is different. So there's just, there's a lot of things that go into that. So yeah, definitely understand that, we don't have exact answers, and that would be kind of the next phase, is to get into that a little bit more to try to figure out. But to your other point, that construction impact would be substantially less for a fully elevated option, because yes, you can keep the roads open essentially as they are today. There might be impacts when you're doing the pile driving that Peter explained, but you do that on a weekend, or you do that at a time when you're, not as impactful on traffic and stuff like that. So that's manageable. Whereas if you're lowering the roadway, there are times when maybe one whole direction of Ravenswood is closed, or you're down to one lane in each direction, or there are a lot of other things that might happen. And that extends for months and potentially years of time. So very substantial traffic impacts from the, and construction impacts generally from the hybrid option relative to the fully elevated.
And I'll just add very quickly, kind of following up, because I and it's not for you, but to those residents who are advocating this, I feel that, like, for me, someone making a decision, that there was, I feel like, a little bit of a bait and switch, because again, what I was sold was the sort of viaducts, again, like I say, through the countryside, and very pretty. And now I feel like I'm getting a switcheroo on me, where someone's saying, like, no, here's your wall, and that's what you're going to get. And so that, to those, because I very specifically in some of those, the former rail subcommittee meeting, telling residents these things look ugly, and elevated looks ugly, after a couple of years, it ages. And then again, like I say, they sent me tons of, I think they still send me pictures of these things that are very, very nice. And so, but now you're telling me, no, Drew, you can't really afford that. and so to those advocates, or you likely can't afford it. To those advocates, I would say that, like, this is a concern, because one of the reasons of going down this was this idea that it would not be as aesthetically jarring as what you think happens a lot when you think of elevated, and it wouldn't be a wall through the city, which is what a lot of people have some concerns about.
Okay, thank you for those questions and comments. So I believe what staff is looking for tonight is whether we want to continue to entertain the fully elevated option, or abandon that and to study. Basically, we'd be continuing to study the elevated option. And it sounds like there's multiple stages we could go through with decision points to jump off the viaduct and go with option C, which was the predetermined option. So if we continue to study, the next check-in, it sounds like, would be summertime. Or as Ms. Jones commented, and I know we got at least one other email in, just make a decision already and go. So this is the big question in front of us. Who would like to speak?
I don't have the benefit of being in those prior conversations, so I'm going off of conversations that have happened just in the last several months here. I'm interested in continuing the study, especially curious. I'm really excited about the most beautiful, most open option, creating space underneath the train. And I'd like to know how much, if we're looking at option 2, 3, or 4, I don't know if you need us to select which of those to look at. But if we're looking at those fully elevated options, I'd like to know how much of that space can be the open versus the wall situation. Yes, and I want to do a little bit more thinking about if we were asking for 4, 2, or 3. I'll take a moment to think about that. Thank you.
Okay, she put something out on the table. I appreciate that, Councilmember Dorr. Councilmember Combs.
Sure. And so then the question here is about whether at this moment we abandon fully elevated or not, whether it's included in going forward, and give me some sense, like, part of me is someone who was at one point supportive of fully elevated, feel as though have we gone on a bit of a tangent, and the longer we continue sort of juggling these two balls in the air, the longer it's going to take us to sort of get to a posture and a track where we can actually start making some progress here. But then part of me think and also the cost that is associated with again keeping these two options in the air. But then and so I'm cautious. But then part of me thinks that if you look at this like holistically from a time and a cost perspective, this is all just a rounding error part of it, and so it's like not much lost. Again, this is as I think like kind of Middle Ages like cathedral construction type timeline stuff. Like, right, this is this is something my grandson may benefit from, and so in that sense, I think I'm kind of open to the idea of keeping fully elevated. But I'm getting more and more sort of like concerned that it is a sort of it's a bit of a distraction, because we're going to end up with something that a final proposal that's going to be ugly, and people are going to be concerned about like the noise that resonates through the city from it, and especially again. And I don't know fully like Redwood City, but if you're looking at sort of the downtown portion, you certainly don't have the homes in the same way here. What you have is a lot of commercial and multi-unit buildings. So it's different than this idea of someone going out of their backyard and having that sound resonate over their roof every day. Of course, they won't have the horns, so they at least there'll be that upside. And so again, so I'm willing to so those are my thoughts. Now I'd actually like to hear from some of my other colleagues.
All right, you kind of waded into it and then you dipped your toe and then dipped it out. And I saw a hand go up from Councilmember Nash.
And then I put it down. I was not in favor of going down this tangent. I think we need to, even before for this part of the study, I think we need to just get moving and see where that brings us with the hybrid. I think it was a well thought out decision at the time and was the best alternative. And I still do believe that. However, I am concerned about the flooding and see that as a benefit to the hybrid. I'm sorry, to the fully elevated. But when I put everything together, I am still in favor of saying we've seen enough at this point and going back to let's really get moving on the hybrid and hope that it is not to move the timeline up rather than have it so far in the future.
So it sounds like Councilmember Dora right now is in favor of some additional study. Councilmember Nash is not in favor of additional fully elevated study. Councilmember Combs is dipping his toes all over the place. Councilmember Dora, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, I suppose for council discussion purposes, the things I'm thinking about that I'm concerned about with the hybrid are the risk of flooding and if that flooding might increase, and the need for pumps and what if those pumps don't work. And then also the inconvenience and the impacts if roads have to be, cut off for a really long time, and the potential impacts there. And if it becomes even more unsafe for people who are walking and biking and trying to get around town. And so I'm curious in reflection of that other one along with the flooding, but the inconvenience and the concern with other uses while construction is happening. If I'd like to hear Councilmember Nash, what you think about those things.
Thank you. I do acknowledge that those are issues. However, I am concerned about the noise of an elevated, fully elevated rail. I wish we had information on that, but I am concerned about the noise. I'm concerned about the appearance and having a huge wall through town. I'm concerned about privacy for the residents who are nearby, and having this very tall structure 20 feet in the air rather than 10 feet, which still there will be some privacy issues, but basically 20 feet in the air looking down on residents in residents' homes. As a former, I spent many years commuting on Caltrain, and one of the things you do on Caltrain is you sit on the upper deck and you look into people's backyards. It's interesting, and this gives people much more visibility into backyards. It is something which I do believe that there is an issue with flooding. It sounds like we can prevent that with forward thinking, and it is and making, just being on top of the pumps and making sure that we are maintaining everything. And hopefully there will be different technology in the future. But I think that I am concerned that we spend more months going down this path, that we still won't have the information about the noise, about it's still about the appearance. I guess the other piece that I'm concerned about is the station itself, and what happens to our historic station. How does the boarding work in the new station? I realize this is happening all over, but it is a very different, it's a lot of change. And I think that we need to get moving and get this started.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Vice Mayor Taylor, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And my first thought is I'm struggling to agree with Councilmember Nash, but you make a lot of sense. I do believe we need to make a decision and start moving forward. Just thinking about the timeline, I'm thinking about the safety. I do my best so that I don't have to cross that intersection during the time where I know that more trains are coming through Menlo Park. With that said, my initial thought going into this meeting was I'm going to support fully elevated. I will support whatever option is going to move us forward. That's where I'm at.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. So I guess it's my turn to say something. Oh my gosh. Okay, so well, as we all know, District 3 has the train running across the entire length of the corridor. And speaking and elevating on behalf of District 3 residents, they have overwhelmingly had concerns about an elevated option, particularly north of Oak Grove, where you have a lot of residences. And looking at the elevations that were in the presentation and the staff report, and looking at the highest point right now of the berm close to San Francisco Creek of our existing train tracks. So the option C, the pre-selected option, that height by San Francisco Creek would basically be the highest point running kind of through downtown and whatnot. The elevated option looks about double that height, which would be pretty significant. And seeing those illustrations in the staff report of those walls, it also did not make me think of Provence or wherever the viaduct fantasy that we all had came from. I also had a chance to speak to one of the Burlingame City Council members, and they have recently
They're the next city to move forward with grade separation at Broadway. And the term that she repeatedly used when talking about their decision-making process, and their process is called value engineering, which is trying to lessen the cost of any option to make dollars, especially taxpayer dollars, stretch as far as possible. And when we're talking about a beautiful option, I'm all for beautiful options, but seeing that Burlingame, which is a community much with aesthetic inclinations, I would say, very similar to Menlo Park. We like pretty things, that they're doing value engineering and that they're not going with the Provence model. They're looking at basically walls. They do have openings at the good news for Menlo Park is at our crossings are very close to each other and they all have to be open. And then there's a way to have the station platform open. So in terms of that feeling of openness, I don't think it's going to feel as walled. The hybrid option, which is lower, isn't, I think, going to feel as walled as the viaduct option, actually, that we're actually going to end up with in reality when we take into consideration the economics of this. I too am concerned about the flooding and the construction impacts. Those are kind of the two leftover concerns I have, but I'm really struggling to see an outcome where we end up with a 20-foot high track running behind these backyards through our town. And so I'm leaning towards removing the elevated option. And I'm curious to hear reactions, because I believe we're at, and I also am concerned that by continuing to discuss, we have inflation, we're in line with every other city that needs to grade separate. And so if we want to keep our place and get funding sooner than later, and by sooner, I mean when Drew has grandchildren, we might need to move. And I think we all need to remember really the reason that we're doing this. And this is to save lives. And reflecting back on the tragedy in 2015, I believe, where someone died on the tracks. So I'm worried, much like when I do my safe routes work, I worry that it's going to take a tragedy to make us move fast. We've already had the tragedy, and now I'm worried it's going to take another tragedy. So that's where I'm at. I see Vice Mayor Taylor with her hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And I agree. Just thinking about how much room we have and comparing that to the examples that were presented in the staff report, it's completely different for Menlo Park. And it would just be too much. There's one thing, if you have ways to mitigate impacts, having a fully elevated track, there's no way for us to mitigate it.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Sorry, were you done, Vice Mayor Taylor?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dorr.
Just on the grant funding, I really appreciate hearing from my fellow council members and Mayor and Vice Mayor the importance of getting funding, getting in line, and moving things forward is really important. And I'm curious if there are also, along with the, it sounds like maybe state funding that we're in line for, along with every other city, if there are other particular opportunities right now with federal infrastructure money that we can only take advantage of if we have we go forward in a certain window. And I would love to hear a little bit more about those other potential funding opportunities, federal or state level. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Dorr. And maybe just to clarify, so we are a pipeline project for the Transportation Authority. So we're in line for that. That's not something that another city can jump us that's not already in that pipeline. Other cities have to seek other sources, but that only takes us through that next phase of work. So that's just a piece of the or it might take us a little beyond that, but it doesn't take us through construction, I guess is what I should say. So that can happen. Whether that happens starting now or we start that process in a few months, I don't think that's a substantial difference from a staff standpoint. Realistically, as I mentioned, going to have to go through the budget process and make sure we have funding identified for how we'll pay for our part of that match. So that would happen regardless. And as Councilmember Combs said, that this part of the work is indeed a rounding error relative to what we're talking about here. So, and then in terms of other funding sources, yeah, there is a lot of funding right now. There was a one-year round that started in January from the state. That was part of sort of state budget surplus that was for grade separation projects. So that we don't know if that'll happen again. It'll really probably depend on state funding availability in future budget cycles, but clearly grade separation is important to folks. And then at the federal level, there's always been some programs, and actually are some other state programs that we can get money for. We are in this, the state section 190 funding, which we put in an application for. And so, but that's like $15 million. So that's, again, a rounding error for the relative cost. And then some of the federal programs, there was a big influx with the most recent infrastructure bill. And I would say my experience of working on a number of those over the years is that Congress likes to add programs, not take them away. And so I don't know for sure what'll happen in 5 years, but we also shouldn't assume that they'll disappear at that stage. So, and we are, you know, honestly, years away from construction. There are a lot of steps, you know, the environmental work's going to take a while, and then the design work's going to take a while. So, you know, everything would have to line up perfectly to be within this 5-year period. It's not likely at this stage of the current infrastructure bill. So we are probably in any event looking at a future reauthorization cycle at the federal level for whatever funding we pursue.
Councilmember Combs, you were dipping your toes. Have you had any other thoughts?
Yeah, would be supportive of just focusing on the hybrid option.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. I do want to say, I made a comment like, I do think we can do a hybrid in the most beautiful way that we can. So I didn't want to make it sound like we can't make it as pretty as possible. I believe Burlingame they're not going with the Roman Provence thing, but they are looking ways to beautify it through design with foliage, making it as open as possible. So I think we can really work hard. I think it's the order of magnitude of dollars. So we can maybe do that with X dollars instead of 10X dollars or 50X dollars that might require for the viaduct. I'm not sure. So it sounds like there are 4 of us that are comfortable, I guess, dropping the fully elevated option. I do want to say one other thing that the council member in Burlingame told me was that as they got into the design phase, I think they're in the design phase. You would know more than I did. Wherever they are, there seems like there are adjustments that can be made, and it might not have to go down as far or up as high. So there might be, it might not be as bad as we think. It could end up being not like, okay. It's going to be okay. Councilmember Dorr?
Yes, I'm comfortable moving forward with the hybrid option as well. Thank you.
Okay, then you have unanimous direction. And I think that was a pretty big accomplishment on our part. And Mr. Louch, do you need any other direction on this item?
No, I think that's it. And so at this point, this scope of work we'll essentially do some wrap up work on, and then we'll start talking about how we move into the next phase of work.
And when do you think we'll be hearing from you now that you can have the green light?
Well, as I mentioned, I think the next time this will come up for your consideration will be when we start talking about budget issues, you know, in the mid-year kind of budgeting, or not mid-year, excuse me. It's in the middle of the year, but in the annual budgeting process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Louch. So it is 9:12. Let's take a break until 9:20 and we'll reconvene then. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Having our city council back and our in-person and virtual dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron, and thank you for those of you who have been with us this evening. Some of these items take some time, but we want to make sure we're giving thorough consideration to everything. So we are now, usually we do the consent calendar pretty early in the evening. It's 9:20 and we're moving on to G, consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless the City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. Before public comment, I see that Vice Mayor Taylor has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And my request is that we bifurcate G1 through G4 and include G6 and pull out G5 so that I may recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. So if you're comfortable at this time, I think we can take public comment on all consent calendar items. And then we will have you step off for G5 and go from there. Thank you.
Okay, so for public comment on our consent calendar, if you wish to provide comment on item G1, the City Council meeting minutes, G2, the construction contract for the Chrysler pump station, G3, an agreement with Rincon for an O'Brien Drive project, G4, an agreement with Radius Earthwork for Ravenswood resurfacing project, G5, a resolution supporting the city's shuttle program, or G6, a resolution accepting and appropriating to appropriate a summer enrichment grant. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please submit a speaker card and return it to the clerk's desk. And our first speaker will be on item G2, and this is Harvey McKinnon.
So I'm Harvey McKinnon from the NorCal Carpenters Union, and I'm here today to request simply that the city pause awarding this contract for the Chrysler stormwater project to Anderson Pacific. This is because this wouldn't be the first time that a public body in Menlo Park has awarded Anderson Pacific a contract despite it not being the lowest bidder. In one previous instance, in fact, it wasn't even the second lowest bidder, it was the third lowest bidder. Statistically, this pattern and practice, particularly when it benefits the same contractor on more than one occasion, is highly unusual in public procurement. In this instance, the one that we're talking about today, the city gave two different reasons in two separate correspondences for why it threw out the lowest bidder in favor of Anderson Pacific. This is not proper. Reasons for rejecting the lowest bid should be legally consistent. Furthermore, they should be with merit, which they were also not. In response to multiple record requests, the city inexplicably and repeatedly redacted the same section of Anderson Pacific's bid, and this was the same section that it focused on when rejecting the lowest bidder. Very surgical redaction from that Public Records Act request. So this unnecessary redaction means neither the union, the carpenters, nor any normal member of the public have been able to compare the two bids' merits or discern the logic behind the city's apparent intention to cost the taxpayer more money by awarding this bid to Anderson Pacific. As guardians of the public fisc, I ask that you pause awarding this contract today until further clarity is provided. In the meantime, I've made a Public Records Act request for all communications between the city and Anderson Pacific. And, you know, whatever action you take today, our investigation will continue regardless. I've also left my details with the clerk, and I'd be happy to help with any follow-up inquiries you might have about this situation, which I find somewhat curious. But that's all I've got to say about that for now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items G1 through G6. Seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask staff, give staff the opportunity to respond to the public comment and provide some information if available.
Let me bring that staff up to panelists. Give me one moment. So Tanisha and Michael, you should be receiving an alert to be promoted.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Tanisha Werner. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director for Engineering. And in reviewing the bids that were received for the Chrysler Pump Station, 3 bids were received. The lowest bid was determined to be non-responsive because there were omissions in their bid, and that was in violation of the Public Contracting Code. When staff reviewed the bid submitted from Anderson Pacific Engineering Construction, which was the second lowest bidder, staff and the city attorney's office concluded that their bid was responsive, and staff is recommending awarding the contract to Anderson Pacific Engineering Construction for their low responsive bid that is consistent with Public Contracting Code.
Thank you. Are you able to speak either Ms. Webster or the city attorney perhaps about the redactions in the proposals that were submitted?
I am actually not able to speak about that at the time. I'm not familiar with the redactions off the top of my head and don't have them in front of me. We could pull them up and report back to the council on them, but without having had the opportunity to pull those up earlier, we're not able to speak to that right now.
Thank you. City Manager Murphy, can you speak to the timeliness of this item and whether we have the ability to return to this item at a later time, or if a decision needs to be made this evening?
Actually, I believe Ms. Warner may be able to speak initially about the time frame, and then I can follow up from there.
I apologize. I called you Ms. Webster. Ms. Warner, thank you.
No worries. So the awarding the contract today would allow us to keep the project on schedule, and it's also in line with the property exchange that the city is currently concluding with the Bohannon Group.
Are there other questions or comments from my colleagues?
Yeah, so what are some of the omissions? It's very cryptic. I mean, what were the things that were omitted in the Mitchell bid that rose to the level that it was determined to be non-responsive or not in line with public bidding?
So some of the omissions that we discovered were lack of experience with pump stations of this size and quantity, and then also lack of experience with the superintendent that was put forward for Mitchell Engineering for the project.
And just sort of following along those lines with Anderson, they have done pump stations of this size, and the superintendent put forward is someone who has done pump stations like this.
That is correct.
Cool. Thanks.
Are there other comments or questions?
I'll just say, to put it out there, I appreciate the public comment and would definitely encourage you to continue and explore. I am comfortable with proceeding. It is not. It is something under 200,000, which is the difference in the bid. And I'm not saying that that's nothing, but it is a $10 million plus bid, and so it's not like to the magnitude of difference that causes me some concern. And if staff is saying that one bid has, and we're going to see something very similar in a few minutes when it comes to the pool contract, is that one bid comes from an entity that has very exact experience doing this thing, and another bid comes from an entity that doesn't have experience doing this thing, then I think that I will err on the side of trusting staff in that determination and supporting moving the project forward. All that being said, again, like I said, I would encourage the public commenter to continue this inquiry. And I'm interested in any additional information you discover, but what I have before me, I'm comfortable with moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs. Any other comments? So I also appreciate you raising this to our attention. I do trust our staff, and I'm comfortable moving forward as well. But obviously, if you uncover things, we are available. So we will be, as Vice Mayor Taylor mentioned, bifurcating. So if there's a motion for items G1 through G4 plus G6, I will entertain that.
Actually, I forgot if we could remove G4, because I'd like to vote against that. And so,
would you like to make a motion on G1, 2, 3, and 6?
I will make a motion to move G1, 2, 3, and 6.
Is there a second on that?
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs, a second by City Council Member Doer to approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of items G4 and G5. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Doer.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Willison.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion for G4? I will actually go ahead and move G4. Is there a second? Councilmember Nash, you're seconding. Okay, Judy, we have a first and a second on G4, although I think Councilmember Combs would like to say something.
Okay.
If I can just say, I would like to say, as G4 includes two things. One, the resurfacing of Ravenswood, and a pilot as it relates to some bike lane striping. I am 100% in favor of the resurfacing. I love resurfacing. I say let's do it as many places as we can. I have some questions and concerns about the bike striping. I mean, in theory, these things could be separated out, but I think it's easier, especially since there's support that I just vote against it and be able to express that I support the resurfacing, have concerns about the bike pilot striping. And so for that reason, I'll be voting against it.
Thank you for explaining your vote, Councilmember Combs. I'm comfortable it is a pilot, and I believe staff will be closely monitoring the backup that may occur at Laurel and whatnot. But I think it's an important gap in our bicycle network that we should at least attempt to fix. Councilmember Dorr, you were going to say something, and then Councilmember Nash also has her hand raised.
Yes, just want to add, and maybe this is a note, but I appreciate that we're looking at the Ravenswood side of the road on that side of El Camino. And I find it curious and a point for future conversation about why that bike infrastructure and that pilot isn't continuing on the other side of El Camino, which it goes from Ravenswood to then being called Menlo Ave. But there's also not as much consideration there. And so, yeah, little by little, but just noting that. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. As long as this, we're talking about this item, I just wanted to thank staff for using the quiet asphalt. I'm very, very pleased that this is becoming more common in Menlo Park.
I believe that's one of your legacies, Councilmember Nash. So whenever someone doesn't hear someone driving on asphalt, you can think of Councilmember Nash and her advocacy on that. Thank you. Okay, so I believe we have a first and a second, and we've had council discussion. So I think we're ready for a vote. City Clerk Herron.
I do apologize. Can you remind me who the motion seconder was?
I did. Mayor Wallison motioned and Councilmember Nash was the second.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor Wallison. I just wanted to make a comment, and that's just on the asphalt. And that is, when we're advocating for quiet asphalt, it's not just in city projects, but all projects. That way it actually impacts the entire city. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Taylor, are you talking about grant-led projects?
All projects, if possible. If we can advocate for quiet asphalt throughout the city.
I believe we do have a policy about when there's thresholds for when it's considered, but
I think if I could chime in, Vice Mayor Taylor, are you possibly referring to Willow Road from Highway 101 to Bayfront?
Yes.
Where it's Caltrans right away, and Caltrans did not use the rubberized quiet asphalt. Am I correct?
Yes.
And this is a question for staff. Can we follow up and see when they're going to put in the actual striping? It is dangerous. It has been I don't know, a couple of months since they did the asphalt, and they just have the chalk. I know this is a tangent, but I'm just going to do it because I'm on that street every day. And again, I think this goes to why the city generally does these projects only in the summer. But Caltrans, in their in their wisdom, which is not really wisdom, does these throughout the year. And I think that this is part of the issue, it being the rain, them not being able to lay the stripes. But the result is a very dangerous situation. And to Vice Mayor Taylor's point, it is not the rubberized asphalt that you see on the other side of Highway 101 on Willow Road, which is city right of way.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs, and for clarifying exactly what Vice Mayor Taylor was hinting at. And yes, I agree. Okay, so now we're ready for a vote, I believe.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Nash to award $802,590 construction contract with rubberized asphalt per bid alternate A to Radius Earthwork Inc. Improve contingency in the amount of $121,000, which is held by the city. Approve construction administrative fees in the amount of $150,000. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
No.
City Council Member Doer.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Willison.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Combs dissenting.
Thank you. And our final consent calendar item is G5, which Vice Mayor Taylor is recused from. So is there a motion for G5 for the shuttle program?
I'll move.
Okay, Council Member Combs is moving and Council Member Dorer is seconding. Okay, great.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs, a second by City Council Member Doer to adopt a resolution in support of the citywide shuttle program for the San Mateo County Transportation Authority Shuttle Program fiscal years 2023, 24, and 2024, 25 to continue funding for operations and administration of the program and authorize the city manager to enter into the necessary funding agreements and any subsequent amendments within the budgeted amounts with grant agencies. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Doer.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Willison.
Yes.
And the motion passes with Vice Mayor Taylor recused. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. We are now moving on to H, which is regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is H1. Identify a preferred aquatics operator and authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement for an aquatics operator at Burgess Pool and the future Menlo Park Community Campus Aquatic Center, and form an ad hoc City Council committee to advise the agreement negotiation process. I do want to say before we get into this item that we received many emails again on this item, and I want to assure folks that we have read your emails and we appreciate your feedback. And I also want to remind, we don't have very many people in chambers, that different folks might have different opinions here. So remind the public, please, to refrain from audibly expressing yourselves in the audience. So to introduce this item is our Library and Community Services Director, Sean Reinhardt. Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Joining me here for the presentation is Tricia Mullen, our supervisor overseeing our recreation and sports programs, including as liaison to our aquatics operator. In recognition of the lateness of the hour, and since there's a fairly comprehensive couple of reports, including tonight's report, we'll just kind of go through the presentation, but try to keep it brief so we can get to the meat of the discussion. So first up, I'll just run down the recommendation here from city staff. First is to identify Team Sheeper Inc. as the preferred aquatics operator for Burgess Pool and the future MPCC Aquatic Center. Also to authorize the city manager to enter negotiations with that preferred operator, Team Sheeper, for a draft operator agreement. That resulting draft agreement would be brought back to City Council for authorization. We're targeting March 28th for that. And then the third recommendation is for the City Council to form an ad hoc subcommittee comprised of 2 City Council members appointed by the City Council, ideally this evening, to advise and support city staff during that agreement negotiation process. Just quickly to go through the timeline, 2 weeks ago on February 14th, the actual proposals, there were 3, were released for City Council and community review. And there was some preliminary City Council discussion and feedback. And thank you again for that commentary. It was very helpful. Tonight, staff is bringing forward the recommendation for a preferred operator and the other recommendations I just mentioned. Should the City Council appoint an ad hoc subcommittee, then on March 1st, we would enter negotiations with a preferred operator if one is identified tonight with support from that ad hoc subcommittee. And the goal would be to bring back a draft agreement for City Council authorization March 28th, which is 4 weeks from now. Now the current operator agreement with the current operator, Team Sheeper Inc., expires on August 31st of this year. So a new agreement would take effect on September 1st. That's the goal. And then to take the next few slides, Tricia will walk through the proposals.
Good evening, City Council. For the proposals, Team Sheeper Inc. proposal is from the city's current operator that operates Burgess Pool, operated Burgess Pool since 2006 and previously operated Bellhaven Pool from 2011 to 2021, when the Bellhaven Pool was demolished to make way for construction of a new aquatic center as part of the MPCC project. Swimming Swan LLC proposal is from a qualified operator that is based in Southern California and recently expanded its operations to Santa Clara County and Las Vegas, Nevada. Solo Aquatics proposal is from a local aquatics program that operates as a program subcontractor to the current operator of Burgess Pool. In the RFP review panel evaluation, proposals were evaluated by the review panel for the necessary qualifications and experience operating municipal aquatic centers and according to the selection criteria outlined in the RFP. The review panel found that Team Sheeper Inc.'s and the Swimming Swan LLC's proposals both demonstrated the necessary qualifications, background, and experience operating municipal aquatic centers, and found both proposals to be deemed competitive for selection. The proposal from Solo Aquatics demonstrated experience running aquatic programs like swim teams. However, it did not demonstrate experience operating aquatic centers and was significantly less comprehensive overall and was not deemed competitive for selection. The RFP review panel evaluation, the summary evaluations of the two competitive proposals based on the key RFP criteria are in the staff report and include basic qualifications, experience and organizational capacity, quality assurance and risk management, schedule and programs, meaningful access to water safety instruction for children, public communication, marketing and registration, fees and revenue sharing, and financial information.
Thank you. Thank you, Tricia. I did want to note that it appears that we have representatives from each of the three respondents in attendance tonight. Two of them are in person, and I think I saw one is on Zoom. So just quickly, an overview of the three proposals. Again, there's a lot more detail in the staff report. First, the Swimming Swan LLC. That proposal demonstrated sufficient capabilities to perform the job. It was deemed competitive for selection. They have proven experience operating aquatics programs in multiple locations and communities and navigating transitions into new communities. That said, a transition to a new operator in Menlo Park would cause some disruption to current pool users and could create some economic uncertainty depending how well that transition goes. If City Council ultimately does select the Swimming Swan LLC as the preferred operator, city staff is confident in the city's ability to work with that operator and help manage that transition. However, we're not recommending that operator for selection. The operator that we are recommending is Team Sheeper Inc., the current operator. Team Sheeper Inc. is headquartered in Menlo Park. They have proven experience providing aquatics programs in the Menlo Park community, including the capacity to simultaneously operate 2 aquatic centers in Menlo Park. And as I think we've seen in some of the emails in recent weeks, has developed a rather large and loyal clientele of local aquatics users, which is essential to sustain an aquatic center, which is quite a large kind of economic operation. Negotiating a new agreement with Team Sheeper Inc. would provide the city the opportunity to implement some desired changes to the aquatics program while also minimizing disruption to current pool users. There's a little bit more to the recommendation, but I think that's the nut of it and why city staff is bringing that recommendation forward to you. The last discussion on February 14th, there was another question about what it would entail for the city to directly operate the aquatics program. And as noted 2 weeks ago, city staff did prepare a rough order of magnitude estimate of that cost, the staffing and the other resources that would be necessary back on August 23rd. That information is reiterated in the impact to city resources section of the staff report. I'm happy to dive into details during the discussion if needed. And based on that preliminary analysis, and after having received these proposals in response to the RFP, city staff does not recommend pursuing that option at this time. And then I think wrapping up here, just a few words about the ad hoc subcommittee. I believe this also was brought up by council members on February 14th, a couple of weeks ago. So city staff is recommending that the city council appoint such a subcommittee this evening with 2 city council members working with city staff to review the draft agreement terms and requirements, provide detailed feedback, in particular around, I think, programs and schedule was something we heard a lot of interest in. And then meeting on 2 or 3 occasions, beginning as soon as the negotiations start, and supporting that process to bring back a draft agreement for authorization tentatively March 28th. And then this is the final slide, just a reminder about the 3 main recommendations tonight. And that concludes the presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. So at this time, I would like to get a sense of how many public commenters we have on this item. And again, reminding those watching and eager to participate that we have read your emails. We heard your comments at the last meeting, and but you are welcome to comment more if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our regular business item H1, identify a preferred aquatics operator and authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement for an aquatics operator at Burgess Pool in the future Menlo Park Community Campus Aquatic Center, and form an ad hoc subcommittee to advise the agreement negotiation process. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person and you haven't already done so, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return it to the clerk's desk. So we are looking at approximately 6 speakers, 8 speakers.
Okay, City Clerk Karen, let's, given that we're nearing a later hour, do 2 minutes per speaker, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Willison. So our first speaker will be Eric Kahuka. Apologies if I mispronounced the last name on that one.
Apologies accepted, Captain Nita. It's Eric Cunin, District 5, a Met Park resident and landowner. I have a few speaker notes which might have been sent to you last night, and you can refer to them also. I am here to argue in favor of a different approach, and instead of awarding both programming and pool operations to the same entity, instead splitting our operations and programming into separate entities. The reason that is because of the comment that was raised last summer when it was noted that the current operator's way of staffing or filling the pool with the people was in variance with the way residents wanted to also use the pool. Found that it was difficult for them to get to access to the pool at certain hours. Also, the point that was made with the previous mayor, Ms. Nash, was that they felt that the operator's right to invoke the contract termination clause put them in a very difficult position that didn't give them much chance to negotiate other options. So by separating pool operations and programming, some things arise from that are positive. First of all, that the programming is not subordinate to the operator's own ideas for how to maximize revenue and profit. Second, that the pool operator, that the programming and third-party program providers have an opportunity to present programs on a fair and level playing field instead of competing with the operator's own programs. And third, that the city, if they choose to operate the pool, then has greater choice over the programming that favors the needs and wishes of Menlo Park residents. The current structure generates more than $3.9 million worth of money going through the pool, $303.3 million in 2019 plus $650,000 kicked in by the city as a subsidy, with returning only $25,000 of that money back to the city. Whereas the proposed structure of having the city run it or something would return far more money and no subsidy. I know my time's out, so I will only argue that I would have staff spend the 80 hours to examine in more detail the option to run the pool itself.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Juliana Morrow, followed by Michael Rothenberg.
Hello, good evening. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I was here 2 weeks ago and I share my thoughts on why the Burgess Pool has transformed my family and my lives in a positive way. But tonight I would like to share why I think the Burgess Pool has the most broad programs from all pools I have been, very affordable, and why it's so beneficial to the Menlo Park residents, not for residents from other regions, but Menlo Park residents. So on the first point, the pool has programs for all ages. Not only we have heard from many people that we have the best master program from maybe California, maybe the US, who knows? Certainly one of the best. But also there's baby swimming, kids swimming, elderly programs with the aqua fitness. I go to the pool all the time. My kids swim, bridge and group swimming. And they complain about the masters. For me, I really don't understand because the master program only runs from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. and at lunchtime 4 times per week from 12 to 1 p.m. And in those times are the times the pool is less busy. But there's always 3 lanes reserved for free swimming, plus the whole instructional pool. And it's always empty. So I don't really understand people saying there's no enough space. One of the speakers last time mentioned that the pool, the master swimmers can go anytime. That's not accurate. It used to be that way, but since the beginning of the pandemic, master swimmers can only use the pool during the sessions. On affordability. So every 2 months or so, I renew my kids, right? I sign up for the bridge swimming, and I'm always asked if I want to ask for financial support. And on Sundays, I go with my kids to the pool, and it costs $5 per child. And the pool is always full with families teaching their kids how to swim, playing. So for those reasons, I'm extremely satisfied with the program. I think we are very lucky to have one of the best swimming pools, in California here in Menlo Park, and I'm favored to renewing the contract to Team Shipper. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michael Rothenberg, followed by Cindy Ackard.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak and share my views. I'm a longtime resident and homeowner in Menlo Park since 2008 and an avid user of the Burgess swimming pool. So I'd like to express my strongest possible support for the recommendation to continue the contract with the city of Team Sheeper. Our vibrant pool community is really the envy of the communities around us, as evidenced by Palo Alto contracting with Team Sheeper to revitalize their Rinconada facility, which they've done. The pool has been affordable, reliable, safe, even through the pandemic, which deserves a huge amount of recognition. It serves a large number of diverse community members from, as Juliana said, babies to people who are 90 years and older across many different activities, both structured and unstructured. They are soliciting feedback from the community. They're responsive to that feedback. And I don't know why we would even consider or even think about changing. Last time the agenda item was discussed, and a commenter mentioned that she wanted to see more family fun time. I think we have heard that there is plenty of unstructured time and there's always availability for people to use the pool. So I don't find validity with that criticism. Another thing that concerns me about the other bids is that one of the companies is a large company not based locally that serves pools across the state and country. I don't see how they could possibly be as responsive to or knowledgeable about Menlo Park issues or community issues as someone local who has experience running our pools. And I'm concerned about the other organization that is, really a coaching program that hasn't actually ever run a pool. So I've been impacted deeply by the pool, as has every member of my family. It's really changed our lives, and I'm grateful that we have it. And thank you for the opportunity to advocate for Team Sheeper.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Cindy Ackard, followed by Janet Davis.
Hi, my name is Cindy Ackard, and I've lived in Menlo Park in the Willows for about 16 years, and I've been a mediocre swimmer for the last 11 or so of those years. I strongly support Team Sheeper as the long-term pool operator. They have a proven track record of providing excellent and varied services, maintaining the facilities, engaging well-trained and helpful staff, and contributing to our community. If you look around Burgess any given day and time, you see people of all ages and abilities and all sorts of activities having fun. Team Sheeper has helped create an active, welcoming, and safe environment at Burgess, and I believe they're committed to doing the same at the new NPCC facility. They showed their commitment to our community when they came up with a creative way to allow the public back into the pools early in the pandemic in a manner that kept swimmers and staff feeling safe. giving us a little taste of normalcy. It is easier to get people to voice complaints than to voice satisfaction, and seeing the many letters and comments of support for the current operator shows how much they have contributed to our community. Public-private partnerships sometimes get a bad rap, but this has been an effective one. Entering into a new contract with Team Sheeper will be a wise investment by the city in the physical and mental well-being of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Janet Davis, followed by Stephane Mordan.
If it seems likely you're going to renew the contract with Team Sheeper, I would like to see that the activities in the pool are not monopolized by the triathletes and Team Sheeper members. It is not true that there is equity in allocation of lap times and pricing. And I just would like to see an elderly and disabled class revitalized. He just got rid of that class at the start of the COVID, and he did not bring it back. And a lot of people are not able to participate in the exercise program. They need more gentle exercise. And I would hope that something can be done to restore that program. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Stephane Mordan, followed by Michelle.
Hi, this is Stefan. My wife and I moved to Menlo Park over 20 years ago. We actually moved there because we wanted to be able to access a pool without having to drive there. There's a lot of talk, you know, at the city council about being able to use bicycles and so on. So my wife and I actually ride our bicycle to the pool every time we go there. And that's actually one of the advantages of Menlo Park. And if you look around, it's actually not obvious to find a facility on the peninsula where you can do that. So that's important. We started using the pool when the city was running it. And so I just thought I should share my experience on that. We would show up in the morning and staff wasn't there. And that happened repeatedly. And I think, you know, back then the city was really struggling to do that. It's hard to staff a pool. It's a lot of 10 people. They have to get up and be there at 6 in the morning. And unless you're a professional organization, it's just a really hard thing to do. And I think the best proof of that is that, in fact, Rinconada and Palo Alto could not open their pool either. And they actually came and asked Team Sheeper to do it for them. So I think just addressing that comment on the city running the pool, I think it's just not realistic. And we experienced that before and we don't want to go back there. Another thing is during the pandemic, actually, I think Team Sheeper and his organization went above and beyond what you could expect from that organization. There were many pools and sports facility closing all over the nations. And they actually, you know, went really the extra mile to keep the facilities open for the benefit of the entire community. And I think that we should all be really impressed and grateful about that, and be really supportive of renewing his contract for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michelle, followed by Anna. Michelle, if you could state your last name for the record, please.
Certainly. Michelle Santel-Hanno, and I am a Menlo Park resident since 2007. The pool was actually one of the first places I came to, and has been a reason I've remained in the area. I am in pediatric healthcare, and so passionate about bringing down youth obesity, and I believe the programs that are offered at the pool are making a significant impact on that. I also want to highlight that Team Sheeper is and goes above and beyond the pool population in his support, in his business plan. We've just finished a month of fundraising for a local community center that I believe supplies close to a year's supply for this community center of food, canned food and perishables and things. So I really approve and am pleased that the recommendation is to continue Tim Schieper being running the pool, because it is also, I'd like to add, the cleanest pool I've ever swum in continually since 2007. And I've swum across the globe on 3 different continents and multiple states within the US, and never come to a pool that is as clean and well run as what is in what we currently have by Tim Schieper. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Anna, and we'll ask you to state your last name for the record. And this will also be the final call for public comment on regular business item H1. Anna, you should be able to unmute your end now.
Oh, hi.
Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Ana Pedros. My family has lived in Menlo Park since 2010, and we've been using the pool for many years. My 2 kids have learned to swim here. I'm a strong supporter of Team Shepherd, both as an operator and for its programs. They've been extremely supportive in any swimming activities for children and adults. They've been really open to new input, to improve programs throughout the years. I think they did a phenomenal job through COVID, keeping that pool open, keeping everybody safe. And it was astounding that they were able to do that, and how they've been able to recruit more people, to get more classes going for the residents and the kids that need to learn more skills. So strong supporter, I think, is the pool is small, so it's hard to achieve an equilibrium that balances all needs. But I think given all the challenges and restrictions, they've done a good job accommodating everybody throughout all ages. I think they have a strong support from families and kids, and they've done a outstanding role and work in the last few years. And I think we should give them the opportunity to continue doing this. And that's all. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comment. And our final speaker will be Rafael de la Vega.
Hey, thanks for letting me speak on this subject. I want to address some topics that haven't been covered. As many of the people that have spoken, I moved to Menlo Park 15 years ago, and I chose Menlo Park because of the pool and the ability to give that to my family. Background, I was an international competitive swimmer. Same as the previous speaker, I swam around the world, Europe, South America, Australia, and this is the best pool I've ever seen. I think it's naive to think that the city could do a better job, or I think also it's been my experience working in many different pools and training in many different pools that you cannot separate the programming from the management. Those things go hand in hand, and that's what we have in Menlo Park. One of the highlights I heard earlier today when we were talking actually about the downtown project is the community and how those benches in downtown are helping create community. That's what we have at the pool. I sent an email with comments talking about how I've met people from 20 years to 94 in the pool, just sharing lanes with people, sharing experiences. Many of us, our kids learned how to swim in the Menlo pool. They got their first jobs as lifeguards and then as instructors. Both of my kids were recruited to go swimming college thanks to the program, so I'm extremely grateful for that. They are the ones that probably use the pool more than anybody in my house. But I think The RFP process that you guys ran was extremely comprehensive. It was clear that the Team Shipper proposal was the better prepared and more thorough thought. The other proposals didn't meet all the requirements from the city, so I fully support the recommendation from the staff, and I encourage the council to accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron, and thank you to all of the public speakers, to our staff for running this RFP process, and for the applicants who took the time to submit the proposals. We know it's not just a job for all of you, but it's clearly a passion, and it came through in your words that we saw. I would like to follow up on one question from Ms. Davis, and it's kind of related to the negotiation process, I suppose. If there are kind of terms of programming that the council is interested in having, how does that get worked out in the negotiation?
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent question. On that particular type of programming, I will note that aqua wellness type programs were one of the key priorities identified in the RFP, and also indicated that those would be elements of an agreement that the selected operator would be encouraged to include in the final agreement. So I think would be very much focusing on ensuring that that element of programming is addressed as we've kind of heard throughout the process.
Thank you. So with that question answered, I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues for their questions, comments, perspectives, thoughts. Can you please put up the direction that you're seeking, that slide, please? Thank you. So the staff has made a recommendation to the City Council to move forward with Tim Shieper for the contract, to enter into negotiations, and to have an ad hoc subcommittee. So Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Wilson. I'll kick it off. So again, stepping back from the staff recommendation, obviously there was RFP and we got 3 bids, one the incumbent, the Shieper organization, and 2 others. One solo, which doesn't have experience running a pool, a community pool. With all that, I mean, we can have the discussion, but what I would want is a scenario where a bidder said, hey, I am running and have all of the responsibilities of this other municipal pool that I will have in Menlo Park. And I did not see that in the solo bid. If I missed it, then please bring it to my attention. If you are running a pool in St. Carlos or Burlingame or in Sunnyvale, and all that comes with that, the web platform, the hiring and training lifeguards, the summer camps. I will, one bit of disclosure, transparency. My daughter did attend the day camp that was put on at the swimming pool by the Shieper organization. It doesn't rise to an actual conflict, but I do want to, for the sake of transparency, disclose that. But so I didn't see that in the solo bid. And if I were sort of making a decision about hiring you for something for me specifically, then I might be willing to make that risk to take it. But as in my role on City Council, as I said in the other item related to the pump station, I want to see that you're actually doing it. Right? I can't take that risk I could take that risk in my own personal decision, but in this role, I can't take that risk. I've got to see, because that's what the constituents are going to ask me. That's what residents are going to say. Hey, what did you see that suggested that this was the right direction to go in? And for me, it has to be that like that organization, those people are doing that thing. Why would I put the city in a position where they would be taking on that risk? And so with the non-incumbent bids, again, one, like I say, people who are local and involved in the community and the swim community, but I didn't see where right now that they have the experience and the engagement that matches what is being asked for in this scenario. And the other company appreciated, they seem to run like a lot of like pools at casinos, but not to me a bid that ultimately came up to being of the same stature that we were getting from the incumbent bid. So I'm supportive of the staff recommendation here, and I arrive at the same position that staff has arrived at here. I do think it's valid, the question of the city running the pools. My general default is that municipal facilities should be run by the government, right? But once a decision has been made to go in a different direction, and that was in earlier council, not a council that I was on, that we would contract this out. And so then it becomes not just a decision between like, well, is the better option going with the city running it or sticking with a contractor, but is like all of the process of switching from the contractor to the city and all the risks engaged in that transition. And it is not as if the staff is beating down the door saying, yes, we want to run the pool. So if I know, again, as has been pointed out, the challenges, even last summer with getting lifeguards, some municipal pools had to reduce their hours because they didn't have the lifeguard staffing. And so then I'm going to now ask the city staff, which doesn't specifically have that expertise, to then get into that market of where now they're looking for lifeguards. It is, again, it is, to me, then becomes like a different analysis. Like in an earlier conversation, I think this was when I was not too long after I first joined council, there were some people who were advocating that we should contract out the police department to the county. And they wanted us to pursue that. And what I said is that once you go down that road, you never come back, because then you've decided to contract out a service, and it is hard to go back and do that. And the same way, maybe there will be some date in the future where the city is in a position to do that, but we're not there now, where we have the time or resources to invest in taking the pool back over. And so for me, the best option right now is again to accept the staff recommendation. I am in theory supportive of the idea of a subcommittee. I also don't want to create a scenario where there's going to be a lot of back and forth, because I'll be very frank, like after all this, I think the Sheepers organization hand is strengthened, not weakened, because we really didn't get 2 equal bids. So I don't know if this subcommittee, if we're going to go in with this thinking that now we're going to sort of demand all this additional things. I still think it's going to be a negotiation and a back and forth, but it's not like we have many other options if we're being honest with ourselves. And so I do want to make sure, while I'm supportive of the idea of a subcommittee, that it is one that is based on this idea of getting to some mutual agreement on the outstanding issues. And to be clear, it's not a subcommittee I want to be on, but I'm in theory supportive of that idea. But I think we have to structure it in a way that's maybe not as combative as some of the engagement has been in the past. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Combs. I see Vice Mayor Taylor's hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And I have a few comments. No questions for staff at the moment, but I am actually in support of one of the three items on the staff's recommendation. And it's partly, and that's the forming the subcommittee, definitely with some parameters that Councilmember Combs just brought up. But just thinking about the economic vitality of the city and looking at the cost share with the pool, it is definitely the pool's operations currently are viable. The other is that with another subcommittee, which is the working group for the new community center, there has been a request that we dive more into programming, which the pool to me is a part of that. And we have not fully discussed that. So it makes it, for me, just a little difficult to talk about both pools at this time as far as who would be operating it if we haven't even determined the programming. So those are my initial thoughts, Mayor Willison. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Dorr, do you have thoughts?
I suppose I have a clarifying question after hearing the question or the comment from Vice Mayor Taylor on programming. The MPCC right now is exploring programming or will be exploring it. Is that something that would be discussed in the negotiation phase with the selected team, or would that happen later? At what point would conversations like that happen where what programs they would offer would be decided?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question, and also thank you, Vice Mayor, for the comment that prompted it. So the request for proposals itself did outline a good amount of sort of programming guidance, what is desired by the City Council, in addition to a desire for the programming to be roughly equivalent at both pools. That said, there certainly is quite a bit already built in to the request for proposals, and I would assume that the subsequent agreement that comes out of that to adapt the programming to changing and emerging community needs. There are frequent check-ins with the operator that have been signaled, with the city having oversight of any changes to programming at a fairly granular level, far more than like the current operator agreement has in it. And I think that would be something that the city, as we negotiate going forward, we would really want to kind of stick close to those guiding principles that were set forth by the City Council in the RFP. So I certainly understand that the programming of the pool and the MPCC cannot really be, it is kind of part and parcel of the overall programming for the facility, but in this one case, for the aquatics program, there's been quite a bit of advanced discussion here, so we have a pretty good idea of what the City Council had in mind.
Councilmember Dorr, now would be the time to share your thoughts.
Great. Reflecting, we got so many emails and we heard tonight a lot of comments from folks that the current operator is well loved, doing good work. People have found community in those in the programs that they're able to participate in, and also we've heard that there might be some specific opportunities through negotiations to address some lesser met needs, for example, with the elderly and disabled classes that Miss Davis mentioned, and other programming there. And so I'm keen to see where that conversation goes, ensuring that those programs and the evolving community needs and priorities for programming can continue to be brought in. Something I think as well that is important for me as we think about who is the preferred aquatics operator is who already is building relationships, not just with individuals, but with community organizations and groups here to ensure that pool programming and opportunities, aquatic opportunities, are made available to as many people as possible in our city. And I think there is you know, maybe the unfair benefit that someone has because they've already established a program for so long that they are already building those relationships with community-based groups, and hopefully can continue to build on those relationships as they move forward. And so I really appreciate the other comments of the council members, vice mayor, and excited to move forward. And I feel comfortable moving forward on these recommended actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Councilmember Nash, please.
Thank you. So tonight we're being asked to identify a preferred aquatics operator for the Burgess and the Menlo Park Community Campus pools. Our goal is to achieve high quality programs for organized swimmers, some of whom are Menlo Park residents, high availability for Menlo Park residents who are not part of an organized program, equitable services across all our pools, and financial fairness for service providers and for Menlo Park taxpayers. We've heard from many participants in the programs run by the Sheeper organization, and there seems to be tremendous interest in keeping those programs running. I see the programming is different from the operations of the pool. We need to have the pools staffed and open. What programming and how to balance the organized activities with the needs of laugh swimmers and open swim time needs to be considered. Like all of the recreational services offered by the Menlo Park, the swimming recreational services should be run primarily for the benefit of Menlo Park residents. And we need to make sure that the new MPCC pool, when it opens, is equally well served by the operator, and that all residents feel welcomed and comfortable at all facilities. This is an important decision for many people, and we need to do it really thoughtfully. I am concerned about choosing one preferred aquatics provider at this point prior to entering into negotiations. And at this point, I think that there will be changes to the contract beyond the RFP. It seems reasonable to talk with both operators, Team Sheeper and Swimming Swan, and get their input and see what one says they can do and what one says they can't do, and keep our options open. I don't see this as a hard negotiation in terms of what Councilmember Combs spoke of, but I do see that it would be very difficult to negotiate when one of the providers has been already designated as a preferred aquatics operator. And I do believe that we do have two respondents to the RFP who are both would be very satisfactory. And again, I want to assure people that I do see that the programming is separate. And so I understand that there is a great desire to keep, for example, the Menlo Masters program up and running. And I do not, I think that is part of what we talk about. And I would like to see that kept running, and hopefully with Team Sheeper, perhaps with Swimming Swan. I would like to go into negotiations with both groups and really talk about it. So I would love to hear any other comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I'd actually like to ask staff, process-wise, what Councilmember Nash is proposing, is that a possibility? Or, because I know government works differently than if we had to like heat pump water heater installers and you're talking to both of them and then you pick what, like, how does it work can you do that?
Thank you for the question. I may be looking over to the city attorney just to kind of talk about contract procurement. First of all, I think I want to just take a step back and really acknowledge the city council for kind of seeing that, especially with the new facility being opened, that it was incredibly important to do a public request for proposals process, because this is a pretty substantial new facility in our community, and it only made sense to really lay out exactly what the council had envisioned and desired from the operations of this very important facility, and also to tie it to the existing Burgess Pool facility, because that hadn't been bid out in quite some time. So, by calling for that process, and that was actually a year ago now, and kind of laying out in great detail with quite a bit of community input, what is desired there. That process, I think, was seen to kind of function as that kind of selecting mechanism. So that said, if the desire of the city council is for the staff to kind of talk further with two of the respondents, I think I'd have to look over to the city attorney just to kind of get her thoughts on procurement wise, because from my own experience, I can't recall a past occasion when we kind of took that step at this phase in a process like this.
The council could negotiate with both proposers simultaneously. As to whether or not we think that's like an effective way of negotiating, that's a separate question. But yes, as the RFP was drafted, the city retains the discretion to negotiate in any manner and to negotiate for particular aspects of the full services that were put forth in the request for proposals. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, City Attorney Doherty. If you could just pause for a moment as I look into something real quickly. Actually, can we take a 5-minute break for a moment? We'll reconvene at 10:37. Thanks.
Okay, having our city council back on our virtual and in-person dais. Mayor Nash, you may, or Mayor Willison, my apologies, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron, and thank you for everyone for that break. It's been a long night so far, and a lot of big decisions are being made here. So first of all, I appreciate my colleagues' positions. So if I can just recap, Councilmember Combs is for the recommendations from city staff, all three of them. Councilmember Dorr is in alignment with Councilmember Combs. And Vice Mayor Taylor is for the subcommittee, but not necessarily on 1 and 2 at this point. And then Councilmember Nash is for pursuing things with both operators at this point to leave our options open. So thank you for allowing me a few minutes to get my head straight and to have a few conversations. Given that we had an extensive outreach process and deliberation about what goes into the RFP, I think we were very deliberate about asking for what we expected from a pool operator. And given the thoroughness of the responses to most of the degree of kind of, or to addressing our requests, I am comfortable at this time asking staff to initiate negotiations with Tim Sheeper. We've had so many emails and comments and people. I have a friend that swims. She's not a triathlete at all. She's actually in a lot of pain and thinking of disrupting her ability to swim at the pool and all of our residents is just, I just can't do that at this point. That being said, this is not over till the ink is dry on the paper. But I think given the service that Tim Sheeper has shown our community and the support that program has, that we should enter into negotiations in good faith and hope that it goes well. And I wanted to thank both of the other applicants and let the Swan Company, sorry, it's getting late. Let the other discussed company know that if things for some reason don't work out, we may very well be interested. So I know that's not where all of my colleagues were, but I want to give folks an opportunity to respond. But I do have expectations on making sure that subcommittee reads that RFP and holds the contract to that RFP. I, like Councilmember Combs, am not particularly interested in serving on the subcommittee. Perhaps if Vice Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Nash, who have kind of the greatest concerns, would like to serve, I'd be very much in support of that. Knowing that the council direction is with the intention of working it out with Tim Sheeper. So would anyone like to comment at this time? Councilmember Nash.
So I would very much like to serve on the subcommittee, and I will be voting no on the other 2 items.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I do want to serve on the subcommittee as well, and will be voting no as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Combs, or Vice Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Combs.
Is me? Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure. Again, yeah, I'm supportive of this direction of proceeding with exclusive negotiations with the Sheeper organization. I also have to say, from the way I'm approaching it, I don't know what sort of keeping the two options in play get us exactly. Like, again, there's been an extensive RFP process, which they've responded to. If there is in some way a deficiency, then I think you say that now. And so, like, for me, I think, like I've said, I think that there is deficiencies in the non-incumbent bids. I've laid out very specifically why I think those are the case, and why I'm supportive of proceeding with exclusive negotiations with just the SHEEP organization. And I do have to say, though, I have some concerns. There is not concerns, again, that I want to do anything about, because I have, like I said, no desire to serve on the subcommittee. That though the two council people who are voting against us pursuing exclusive negotiations with the SHEEP organization are the ones who are going to be playing a leading role in these exclusive negotiations with the SHEEP organization. And so I do have some concerns about that. Again, not concerns I'm going to do anything about, but I would just, again, throw that out there, that as all parties or stakeholders are coming in, that we try to come in it with an open mind and with the goal of like sort of actually reaching a resolution that works for everyone. And I want to say very specifically, I know Councilmember Nash is a swimmer and an active user of the pool, and this is something that is not, you know, that everything isn't really important to her, but something that she's passionate about and closer than certainly than me, or I think anyone else on council. And I know that she approaches this from really wanting to have a public pool that is really accessible to everyone. And I share that too. And on this, we come at, you know, to different conclusions, but I do want to say I do respect and understand that and appreciate like her advocacy and how she's engaged in this issue for however long we've been at this, and we'll continue to be at it.
Councilmember Nash, I saw your hand raised.
I'll just thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Combs. I appreciate your comments.
Councilmember Dork.
I'd just like to echo the respect and appreciation to both Councilmember Nash as well as Vice Mayor Taylor. There are concerns that I'm excited to see move forward in productive ways with both of you in leadership in that ad hoc group. And I'm excited to see those opportunities move forward. And thank you for your leadership in that voluntary ad hoc group. Thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Reinhardt, do you have what you need from, I guess, do we need to vote?
So as a point of order, we will have two actions that we need to take tonight. The first one is identifying Team SHEEPer and going into negotiations. And then the second one is to create and appoint the subcommittee.
Councilmember Combs, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Councilmember Combs through the mayor. I just want to be clear. We are providing direction to staff right now. There is no action. There's no selection of a operator tonight. I know the council's clear on that, but I wanted to make that clear for the record.
So are we still voting on something?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the motion is to give direction. So Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, to go forward with negotiations with the SHEEPer organization. Right. Okay. And I move on that.
And I second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs, a second by City Council Member Doer to identify RFP respondent Tim SHEEPer Incorporated as the preferred aquatics operator for Burgess Pool in the future MPCC Aquatic Center, and authorize the city manager to enter negotiations with Team SHEEPer Inc. for a draft aquatics operator agreement at Burgess Pool in the future MPCC Aquatic Center to take effect September 1 at terms in accordance with City Council's direction regarding desired elements of the aquatics program and as specified in the RFP. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Doer,
Yes.
City Council Member Nash,
No.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
No.
Mayor Willison.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Nash and Vice Mayor Taylor dissenting. Thank you.
Then I will move to form an ad hoc subcommittee with Council Member Nash and Vice Mayor Taylor to work with staff on the negotiation.
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Willison and a second by City Council Member Combs to create and appoint City Council Member Nash and Vice Mayor Taylor to an ad hoc subcommittee to advise and support city staff during the agreement negotiation process. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote. City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Doer.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Willison.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you again, everybody, and happy swimming and happy negotiating. Okay, we are moving on to our next regular business item, which is H2, appoint a city council liaison to the Finance and Audit Committee. And to introduce this item is City Clerk Judy Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Just as a time check, we're at 10:55. We will need to extend the meeting past 11 to continue with the remainder of this agenda.
Thank you. Is there support to continue the meeting? All right, you have it on the dais and I'm seeing a head nod.
Okay.
So yes.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item before you, I-1 direction on City Council, sorry. We're on H2, appoint a City Council liaison to the Finance and Audit Committee. I don't have a formal presentation, just a very brief verbal recommendation and update. So the staff is looking for City Council to appoint a liaison from the City Council to serve on the Finance and Audit Committee as a liaison. Provided in the staff report is the background on this item, with the most current update being on February 14th, the City Council directed staff to recruit and fill the FAC with 7 resident members and removing the 2 City Council members as voting members. There's no required update to the City Council Commission and Committees policy because it doesn't specify that it is a requirement that City Council members serve as members on the FAC. So for tonight, we're just looking for a member of the City Council to be appointed to the liaison position for the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. And unlike some of the other items tonight, we did not get hundreds of emails on this topic, but will you please call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item H2, appoint a City Council liaison to the Finance and Audit Committee, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to the clerk's desk. And this will be the final call for public comment on item H2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. I believe Councilmember Doer would like to speak.
Yes, I'd like to volunteer myself for this position. Would be happy to join in on the Finance and Audit Committee and would be happy to do that.
Fabulous news. Is anybody else dying to serve? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Councilmember Doer, for stepping up. I am definitely appreciative of that. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Taylor?
I will make the motion to appoint Councilmember Doer to the Finance and Audit Committee as a liaison.
Would you like to second yourself? I'll second Councilmember Doer.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor, a second by Mayor Willison to appoint a City Council Member Doer as the FAC liaison. Any further City Council questions or discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote. City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Doer.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Willison,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Enjoy. We're now on to I, City Council initiated item. In accordance with City Council Procedure CC 20013, City Council initiated items, the following agenda items are to be considered by the City Council and can ask staff questions regarding City Council can ask staff questions regarding preliminary scope, analysis, and resource requirements. After discussion with a motion and a second, the City Council may take one of the following actions. The first is to direct the city manager to prioritize staff resources to prepare a formal staff report for further City Council consideration and/or action. Second is direct the item to an advisory body for preparation of a formal staff report with no additional staff support required. The third is direct the city manager to prepare a formal staff report for further City Council consideration as resources are available. And the fourth is to defer the action to City Council's annual goal setting process. And this City Council initiated item came from Councilmember Drew Combs, and it is I1, direction on City Council's role, direction on our city's role in San Mateo County related animal control efforts. And City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comment on this City Council initiated item?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item I1, direction on City Council role in San Mateo County related animal control efforts, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And this will be the final call for public comment on item I1. Seeing no hands, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So we are going to open it up to City Council discussion. I'd actually like to start with Councilmember Combs if he has a preferred route on which of these 4 actions you would like to see happen. Or perhaps I should ask staff if you have a preferred route on these 4 options or recommendation for City Council, if that's okay with you, Councilmember Combs.
If I could just chime in a bit, so understanding, yeah, I certainly don't think an advisory body is the route to go here. My understanding that the next step would essentially be a staff report mostly composed by the city attorney, providing some clear understanding and information about like the role of the county as it relates to animal control matters and how the city can and cannot or historically has engaged in a relationship with the county as it relates to animal control matters and getting understanding of that. And so like, is that not, because here it says direct city manager prioritize staff resources to prepare a formal report. Like, is it the city attorney who would be preparing the report, or is it other staff resources that will be preparing the report?
I think it would be both. So I think you've identified the portions of the report that would come from my office, but there would be a component that would come from both the city manager's office in terms of implications for staff resources and the police chief as well in terms of safety and law enforcement and code enforcement. So it would probably be a combination of both.
Okay, so I'll let the my understanding, or is just for me, I don't know the world of possibilities, like right at the moment, and so at this point it would be something along the line of a study session, though not necessarily having to be a study session, but like I wouldn't even know what sort of how to frame something where at the end of it you would be asking for direction from us, because this world right now is completely opaque to me. And so for me, that's what I'm trying to set up, like some way of, in a public forum and setting, getting a better understanding of the relationship and anything that maybe could be changed. But I certainly am not the point at where I would say, like, let's tee up like direction, like, right, from the council, because like I say, I wouldn't know what that would look like. But if you know, if you think you know, then I say, yeah, maybe if you have a better sense of what those options were, then that it could be, then yeah. But as I say here now, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a sense of some options. I've given it thought, given that we have a lawsuit that implicates this entire process. The city was sued by an individual who had a dog designated dangerous. So yes, I do have some thoughts on process changes that could be made. Whether or not staff recommends that those changes is, not is a separate issue, but that is something that I've discussed with the city manager and police chief, and something that we could provide information on.
Okay, then I would turn it to the city manager, and what would be your preferred route?
Thank you, city attorney, and thank you, council. So yeah, what's identified here in the staff report, it's straight from the policy about those options. And as Councilmember Combs said, that it's definitely not an advisory body. So in terms of some of the timeline issues, like the next city council meeting is March 14th. The goal setting is March 18th. The city council meeting thereafter is March 28th. So I think it would be a matter of, if it's a if what I'm understanding is a relatively focused staff report on this topic of potential options, I'd say it may be kind of tough to do that by the March 14th timeline, but potentially in the March 28th or something like that. So it's a matter of, I think that what gets to the difference in terms of the prioritization is how quickly to come back.
So, I mean, sort of referencing what the city attorney brought up, this doesn't impact the lawsuit, right? The lawsuit is so it could be April. It could be after April, like, right? I mean, unless you guys know of some of these issues coming up, like that, I don't know. It is not. It doesn't. That we're working on it and we see and we're trying to address it, I think is what I'm looking for, because it doesn't make the lawsuit go away. It doesn't change that. This is prospective, or as I understand it, this is looking to the future, and so it is not something that has to come back right away.
Great. So to the mayor, if I could just respond to that a little bit more, because that's great clarification as far as I'm concerned, because we've also been approached by San Mateo County Animal Control. Every they're in the process of updating their ordinance, and we'll be reaching out to cities this year to try to update their ordinance. So in that respect, it's timely. And so yes, in this spring time frame, I think we can provide overall context about or kind of refresher of where we're at with animal services and kind of prep for that upcoming county effort. So it'd be good sequencing.
Although, just to add to that, we see about one dangerous dog or dog designation case handled on behalf of the city a year. That's been we've had 5 since 2017. The county is going to be circulating an ordinance up to the city manager in terms of resources, but it might be timely to have that discussion together as opposed to having a preliminary discussion in April and then having to come back, not make any changes until we adopt a new ordinance that the county's potentially revising anyway. So my recommendation would actually be not to come back in April, but to come back as a part of the larger effort and assume that we're not going to have another hearing, because on average we get one a year, and we've had our one this year.
Okay, that approach is totally fine with me, given that it's on public record. The city attorney has promised that there will not be a dangerous dog designation between now and then. But no, I'm comfortable with that timeline.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs, and I absolutely support that direction and appreciate this conversation. Do you need a third, or does anyone object to that pathway? No, I think we're all good. Okay. Does everyone have what they need on that item? Yes. Okay. All right, great. So do we need a
excuse me,
motion?
Mayor, we'll just double check.
Yeah, we do. Sorry. We need a motion second, which I think we have from Combs and the mayor, but.
Okay, Councilmember Combs will make the motion and I will second it. Thank you. And what is the motion?
I'm assuming it's the first option.
I think it would actually be the third option, direct the city manager to prepare a formal staff report as resources are available. We've agreed the resources will be when the county comes to us saying you need to revise your ordinance and or our agreement with the county, which we anticipate to be this year. If it's later than this year, we will bring this back in a timely manner within the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk Herron, please.
Perfect. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by Mayor Willison to direct the city manager to prepare a formal staff report for further city council consideration as resources are available. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Doer.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Willison.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to J, our informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Information items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our information items, J1, City Council agenda topics, J2, Annual City Council Priority Setting Workshop, J3, proposed process and timeline to develop a focused addendum to the Park and Rec master plan to include pickleball, or J4, expiration of local emergencies, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our information items J1 through J4. Seeing no hands, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. Do any City Council members have any questions or comments about the informational items? I'm not seeing any. Okay. We are going to move on to K, which is the City Manager's report. City Manager Justin Murphy, do you have anything to share with us?
Yes, Mayor, thanks for the opportunity. I'll just provide two updates, both related to some items earlier on the agenda, one related to Ravenswood with the pilot, just for anybody else that may be listening, just making sure that people are aware of the upcoming striping changes that will happen this week for people traveling from Laurel Street towards Alma Street, a conversion of one of the lanes to a full bike lane. We're pursuing this pilot prior to the full repaving of the street to test that out. So that's happening this week. It'll be running for a couple of weeks. And then during that item, there's also some questions about Willow Road. And so I can, the Caltrans portion of Willow Road between 101 or Newbridge and Bayfront Expressway, there's some questions about the timing there and what Caltrans is pursuing. So this is an example where the city did influence what was happening related to the striping. And that does indeed explain a little bit about the delays that we're seeing with the striping, because we were able to advocate with Caltrans to upgrade the striping that they were going to pursue to have buffered bike lanes and high visibility crosswalks. That was been a request of the community for a number of years, and we were successful in working with Caltrans to make that happen. Slight delay though in actually getting it finished due to the weather. So it's in the coming days and weeks based off the weather, but I think the longer term, the improved striping that we were able to advocate for will pay dividends. So apologize for the delay.
Follow up on that?
Yes.
Are the travel lanes being narrowed to make room for that, or how are they accomplishing?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
So those are just two updates a little bit from items earlier this evening.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. City Council members, any of you have updates? I'm seeing shaking heads. Vice Mayor Taylor, you're usually full of share outs. Any from you tonight?
Not at this time, Mayor Willison. Thank
Fabulous. You do not have to share. Okay. We have a closed session this evening, and that's going to be fun for us. So City Clerk Herron, can you please call for public comment for the closed session item M1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session item M1, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session item M1. Seeing no hands, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. And when I said that was going to be fun for us, I meant that sarcastically staying up late. It had nothing to do with the lawsuit that we'll be discussing. Okay, so it is 11:16, and at this time, I will be adjourning the special and regular meeting, and we will be reconvening in closed session. The closed session report out, if any, will occur at the May 14th City Council meeting, so don't stay up expecting us to come back on screen with an update. Thank you and good night.
And just a quick update, that'll be report out on March 14th. Thank you.
Thank you.